Hello! Happy Friday, everybody. Hope you had a nice Turkey Day for those that were celebrating in the Americas. I did. I had a great time. Really, really nice. Hi. Hello to you too. Got my turkey belly. I may have sent Charborg a couple pictures related to that yesterday, but he is banned from sharing them, so you're just gonna have to use your imagination, okay? It was National Turkey Belly Day, exactly. Kinky? It was more like disturbing, I think, is probably the better. Bro sending belly pics. You know, there was a before and after with the turkey. You can see an indent where the turkey is, you know? Anyway, hey, this doesn't matter. We're gonna talk about, we're gonna play video games again. Remember video games?
Single one of you's a bit Jesus. What a wild ride.
Hi, Sci-Fi Chick. Thank you for the 41 months. This game, if you didn't catch the last stream, you got a great time ahead of you. I freaking love this game. This game is so creative and original. Hoopinator, thank you for the 26 months, and Chinatsu, thank you for the 15 months. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Celestial Requiem, thank you for the 34 months. Bo the Bogle, thank you for the 2 years as well. Lemon John, thank you for the 10 months. Shit nuts. What?
Are you saying that advance have cured
Uh-oh.
death?
Okay. Okay, it's still okay. It didn't ruin anything. On a similar vein, did Criken ever play Hypnospace Outlaw? I did stream that.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
Daddy, it's starting!
Every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
Niasim, thank you for 41 months. Alright. I'm gonna load so we can get in. Why did I name myself Criken 1? So the way this game works, guys, if you missed out, is it's a narrative that is evolving on a live British TV show. A news broadcast, essentially. Thank you, Anime King, for continuing your gifted sub. And so we are basically the showrunner of the show, the editor, and it's our job to keep the show going and focus on the important things, but also tell the news, right? And try to be as unbiased as possible if we can help it. That's easier said than done, it turns out. And, you know, there's like this weird pseudo-narrative that's kind of evolving, but it's also just incredibly funny and dry British humor. And we had a very disturbing scene last time around a bear, a Mr. Bear. If anyone remembers the song. Hey, Mr. Bear. Alright, I forget. What's it over there? I forget the... something about mediocrity, right? What's that over there? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so you guys remember. Also, Ancient Ones were mentioned at one point. We don't really know what that means yet. Agent M, thank you for the 13 months. Pro says Ka, thank you for the 2 years as well. That's where your dreams go to die. Yeah, that was the song. Nailed it. Alright. How long is one day? In this? Oh, they skip a bunch of days, don't worry. The first stream of this was about 3 hours. And we're now continuing the story. So, we are basically waging at this place. And, well, we're doing our best, basically. Rhythm beam of the heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you're greeted by a semicircle of concerned faces. Your family by your side, a reassuringly familiar sight in these new surroundings. You blink a few times to clear the sleep from your eyes and bring everyone to focus. Oh yeah, I had like a stroke or something. You feel a hand on yours, gentle but reassuring. Sam, they're with you as always. Their expression, understandably concerned, is somehow more affectionate than ever. Chris chimes in from beside them. See, Alex is fine. We missed the game for nothing. You and Chris still aren't on great terms, but it's hard to miss the tone of disdain in their voice. Remind yourself this isn't about Chris and squeeze Sam's hand, smiling at them. The red lines on Sam's forehead fade a bit. Lord knows you've both got enough to be anxious about without your health being thrown into the mix. With a final smile at them, you turn to the rest of your family. As you see Susie's absence, you notice Charlie's fidgeting, clearly trying to not look worried. As soon as you turn to look at him, you can see Charlie tense up, his concern clearly up on his face. So, you're definitely good, right? He finally asks, quickly looking away. There's nothing to worry about. Charlie looks at you and grins, one of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. It's always good to have him in your corner. Your smile fades as you notice your mother staring listlessly out the window. Despite all of your best efforts, she's not been doing well lately. Your mother starts your call, clearly shocking her out of her reverie. Thank you, Itzgarp, for the 64 months. This is basically like a movie night, guys. All right, so settle in. It's going to be a movie night with some extra steps. Should be a lot of fun. She turns to you and smiles, and you're grateful to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? You smile warmly and nod just before you can respond. A doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you, and that feels like the 100th time, how you're feeling. Surprisingly well, all things considered. Excellent. There's no sign of any real damage. She's just a bit of a shock to the old system, pardon the pun. Not that we'd recommend you doing anything like that again, of course. After a couple of days rest at home, you should feel right as rain. So I think we got electrocuted. Oh, in the private room in care, the doctor gestures to your room. You notice how, which you now notice looks rather expensive, has all been paid for by Mr. Bozeman. He left those flowers and said not to worry, to take the rest of the week off. We'll see you Monday, apparently. So our boss told us to take the whole week off just because we passed out due to a faulty system on his watch. That's so nice of him. Oh God, the bear. You come home from a particularly late shift to find the kitchen light still on, which isn't normally a good sign. Everyone's usually in bed by now. Softly opening the kitchen door, you find Sam sat at the table. Bills and papers are strewn in front of them, as well as what looks to be their second pack of biscuits. They give you a quick kiss as you take a seat next to them. Sam frowns and goes back to the bill they're holding. Hey, sweetheart, just looking at the numbers again. You look into the door to the pantry, now converted into your mother's bedroom. We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now. Filling the bills are all you can see. Fortunately, with the money that's been coming in and what we've been able to save, we've got more than enough to keep going. Sam smiles at you. I know things have been difficult and the daily care won't be cheap, but she's your mother. We have to, really, don't we? Of course we'll pay. The sword of Damocles sheathed, at least for the moment. You grab the papers and stuff them into a drawer. It's such a relief to not have to worry about it anymore, or so you told Sam. Hours later, you're still awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking, how long will the money last? Oh boy. Oh boy. Sam's out with work tonight and Charlie's staying at a friend's. The house is yours. You order takeaway and a couple of drinks. Decide to relax in front of the TV. Not a great selection tonight, but surely something to watch. A comedy, horror? No, Sam likes horror. You can just switch off. Action thrillers, this one. I'm a fan of historical dramas. Yeah, historical dramas. Why not? Genghis Khan wasn't really something you were interested in, but drama's not half bad. You even learn a few things, but the fact his real name was Temujin, who knew? When it's over, you flick through the channels for something else to watch, but a glint under the coffee table distracts you. Reach down to retrieve the mysterious device, remembering Sam's note as you do. Hey, sweetheart, Charlie lost Susie's present. Would you mind looking for it? As you hold it closer, you're surprised to find the gift's actually an engraved lighter for Chippy. She claims the nickname is affectionate, but Charlie still scours every time she says it. The accompanying note from Susie explains, Irkistan has a long tradition of glorifying the art of starting fires. Thought you'd like it. Don't do anything stupid, Susie. Hopefully it's just a souvenir and not a new pastime he's picked up, or about to pick up. Uh-oh. There you go. Thank you for the 64 months. Oh boy, here we go. Another day. Oh boy. Oh. One. What? No signal. Crazy Neil. The fuck? What happened with the power? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god. It's close.
Jenny.
Sorry, Kath, you're gonna have to leave.
Sports board.
Not letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded me.
10 seconds,
I thought we were
everybody.
all part of a
Huh?
team these days.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
You know that.
It broken.
Stop being so
Sorry, in
high and mighty
5,
and do your job.
You're having me fun.
Must be played.
Don't tempt me.
Wait. Fuck.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World
Sorry, Crazy
Council
Neil.
has
I wanna
agreed
hear
today
sports
to
board.
impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging,
Um,
include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
What do you think about all these sanctions?
I doubt it make a lot of difference, Pet. I've lived through 2 world wars and I smoke 40 a day. And if that ain't killed me, I doubt this will either.
Thanks, Patrick. Fascinating stuff.
Popular Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions, and we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them.
what?
Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many.
Should we take this out? Are we
And
playing?
whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country
This is a Brexit situation.
entirely self-sufficient.
It's Brexit.
We are a
They're going
team
Brexit.
now more than ever.
Mm-hmm.
And this team is on your side. Thank you.
Defiant stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our government's stance? Robin Short found out.
Get
Hi there.
neutral.
Robin Short, National Nightly News. I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on the current government.
I'm not really very interested in politics, really. As Mother always said, leave politics to the politicians, Malcolm.
Well
A
said,
Flard
Malcolm.
Day's night. Following the release of the Flard Master 5000, production of Flards are at an all-time high, requiring the new manufacturing facility in Grizzleford to move to 24-hour-a-day production.
Hey, Hackerling. This game is so
With finding
funky.
More and more uses for the ever-versatile Flard, the team at Remington Cyst certainly have their hands full keeping up with demand.
So,
Flard.
is there anything better than a handful of Flards? We asked Patrick to find out. Patrick?
Do you have an opinion of Flards at all?
Oh my god, I love Flards. Doesn't everyone? Do you even remember when we didn't have Flards and we had to rely on Werbs? I'd never go.
Werbs. Yuck.
A momentary lapse of reason.
Oh. Hello? Game crashed. A momentary lapse of reason. Jeremy! Hope it's not corrupted or something.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight.
I love Jeremy. Who's your guys' favorite, Jeremy or Megan? Okay, we're back.
You're fired. What? You're fired.
What for? Facial sabotage?
Jenny, problem? I want her fired
Megan.
today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get out.
You realise you're beginning to sound like me?
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to Buxton.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week. Jenny?
I'm sorry, Kath, you're gonna have to leave.
Kath.
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded
10
me.
seconds,
I thought we were
everybody.
all part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that. Just stop being so
Going in
high and mighty
5,
and do your job.
4,
You'll have me fired too.
3.
Don't tempt me.
Oh, the
Good evening.
tension's
I'm
rising.
And I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions.
So for those that
on
missed the first
people in
stream,
this country.
The sanctions, which
This
are
is
broad-ranging,
this
include
is
restrictions on the
basically
supply of oil and
what's going
gas,
out to the nation.
food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
I'm gonna make them angry this time.
What are your reaction to the sanctions?
I think it's fucking outrageous. My mom needs insulin. Am I supposed to get her transitioned? What's the government doing about it, eh?
Thanks, Patrick.
Former Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is
Should we-
nothing short of outrageous.
You know what? I'm taking out
We are a
Advance.
democratically elected
And I'm putting in
government with
Crazy
massive
Neil.
popular support. We do not recognize these sanctions.
I'm not with Advance anymore. I'm breaking from the
Other
mold.
socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them. Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing
No more
that
mold.
it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team is on your side. Thank you.
Defiant stuff. But
So-
what do you, the public, think of our government's stance? Robin Short found
I think
out.
it's interesting. So we're getting different interviews based on which one I pick, right?
What? That shower of iridescent pricks punishing success and rewarding laziness? They're taking this country down the bloody Swanee. And it's not just me that
What's a
thinks so.
Swanee?
My wife Iris, she agrees.
A Flard Day's Night. Following the release of the Flard 5000, production of Flards are at an all-time high, requiring the new manufacturing facility in Grizzleford to move to 24-hour-a-day production.
With people finding more and more uses
hate
for the
Flard now.
ever-versatile Flard, the team at Remington Cyst certainly have their hands full keeping up with demand.
So, is there anything better than a handful of Flards? We asked Patrick to find out. Patrick?
What's your opinion of flies?
It's him again.
I'd get them banned, mate. Flies killed 3 members of my family and more than one pet. We should have stuck with words. It was safer then.
Pipers at the gates of dawn.
We should have stuck
Commuters
with
in the
words.
capital this morning found themselves surprised and amused by the latest stunt from popular pressure group Disrupt.
Silent protests were held outside underground stations throughout the capital, bringing a pleasantly surreal quality to the morning commute.
Unless, like me, you have a phobia of mimes.
But how do we,
We love
as
mimes.
a country, really feel about Disrupt? Robin?
How do you feel about Disrupt?
Ah, well, now you're talking. Ruddy hero, showing us not to take it lying down like Iris here.
So you both feel they're a
God.
cause worth supporting?
Oh, Iris doesn't speak on mine, but we're pretty sure there's still one in there, aren't we, love?
Oh my God.
Wherever it is, it loves Disrupt, fighting the oiks for our freedom. And what could possibly be wrong with that?
Do you need me to get you some help?
Feast or famine.
Jeez.
Resourceful doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sforsborg and Horgensford today announced their first successful harvest in Dante's taint. Although they can currently only grow a few fungal strains, the scientists seem to be staying positive, as the following picture shows.
The undauntable scientists chose to try and survive in the cave system while the complex rescue operation inches forward up here on dry land.
Let's hope they're like Stroganoff.
But with Advance planning to spend an eye-watering amount of public money on the rescue craft, we asked Patrick Bannon to find out what we should all be thinking about the accelerating costs.
This rescue is going to be expensive. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't want to sound cool, mate, but fuck them.
Oh.
I mean, if they found some rare rocks down there, would I have got a share of the profits? Nah, of course not. So why am I expected to pay now it's all gone tits up? Are you going to pay? Are you?
How much do you want? I think of, oh, God.
I am not a number. Applications finally opened today for the new Advanced Team membership cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks and, vitally, pubs and bars.
Angry. And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
That all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards?
Absolutely bloody not. It's the thin end of the wedge, isn't it, Iris? First it's, can I see your identification, sir? And then it's, would you mind bending over the table, sir? So Sergeant State Educated and Constable Regional Accent here can stick their truncheon up your derriere.
Oh, crikey!
They should call them what they are. They're bloody ID cards. Oh, for Christ's sake, what is it, Iris?
Oh, I'm really not happy, Algernon! I'm so sorry. Crikey.
And finally tonight, hospital pass. New images reach us today of brave Johnny Handsleeves and his doting partner Tiffany Lamore in their ongoing struggle against his horrific mystery illness.
Tiffany was forced to cancel her latest show, These Hotel Sheets and What I Did on Them, in order to devote more time to selflessly looking after the much-loved multimillionaire.
I'm sure the art world will recover.
With some critics questioning her motives, what should your opinion be of the controversial artist for at least appearing to stand by her man?
We love that.
Oh my God, fantastic!
Wise words there.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it'll be Jeremy in the culture chair, spitting rhymes with popular rapper Jay Zus. And then we'll both be chatting with a familiar team of thespians set to take the nation by storm.
Ready?
Again.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
And go. Nailed it. And we're live, people. Look alive. I said look alive!
First tonight, thankfully, some news as we return to our main story.
The World
Shit.
Council today
I fucked up. That was me.
Potentially illegal sanctions should be imposed upon this country. The sanctions, which come into effect immediately, aim to stop the flow of food, fuel, and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Oh boy. Oh
Tonight,
God.
we have guests from across the continent to discuss this unprecedented situation. For Advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lamfordshire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
Oh, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son. And neither do the people of this country.
Well, joining us is Ivan Vodovich, Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
It's a great pleasure. You, Megan Wolf, are like strongest guard at Labour camp who wake up inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you will be worshipped as a god.
Okay. Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions, how do you feel about Advance's defiant stance?
Advance is like man who think he have big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at mirror and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, then. We have like some of the cleanest mental health facilities in the continent, yeah?
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo, Björk. I'm sorry, we don't appear to have your surname.
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use things like socially divisive surnames here, yeah.
Minister?
It's just Björk, yeah.
Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show up for the fight.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole, voting, yeah? But it's actually the Festival of Feuerland here at the moment, where we honor the old generations. So, we all had to work our grandparents clean, yeah, whilst the vote was happening, and that's, a really, really time-consuming process, actually.
You're like a sissy man. You have this expression, sissy man? Is like man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah,
Oh,
because...
stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days.
Yeah, he always wins.
Nothing gives him greater pleasure than grinding people's gears. The more publicly, the better.
Peter, you're like man with tiny penis who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that. Oh, could it be? No, his tiny penis.
Ivan's just worried that when the rest of the world sees how well we're doing, they'll notice all that dosh that he's got squirreled away. Because that's what these sanctions are, Megan. They're the last pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. It can join others on my wall.
Actually, in Svenland, we have, serious animal welfare legislation. And, my friend Helga, she got arrested, yeah, for killing a butterfly that was hovering over her thing. I mean, in English, jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl called Jam Sandwich. She was a right cracker, too. Wonder what became of her.
We seem to be wandering a little from the news here.
Human interest, Jeremy. The real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching, Jan, give us a call.
Let Jeremy talk.
Let's see if we can't organise a reunion.
Christ, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first, eh?
Peter, you're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into oncoming vent. Soon you have tiny penis and beard full of secrets.
In Svenland, we don't really go in for all that restricted monogamy stuff here. We're kind of fluid, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running out of time.
Yes, so before we go to the break, briefly, if you would, gentlemen, with the people of this country facing shortages and power outages.
Possible shortages and power outages.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Possible shortages and power outages. Can you summarise your thoughts for us, Minister Bierk?
Well, from here, yeah, you all look a bit stupid really arguing about outdated divisive concepts like money. Instead, we replaced currency with a system of bodily fluids back in the 1970s, and that's really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Votovich.
Your country is like man who think he invented perfect trap for giant mutant hairy bear. When really, he just standing in field
holding his tiny penis, yes. Thank you, Minister. And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers here, Jeremy.
Oh boy. I got my sensor ready.
Don't worry, everybody. Don't be afraid. Don't even lose a wink of sleep. We knew the rest of the world would react this way, and we're ready. As my old man used to say, you can't make a shite pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Reassuring words there.
We'll be back
after these messages.
1 minute back.
Hey, Peter, I over your way this weekend. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure, front or back.
That's what I hope you're asking Megan Wolf for me.
She's out of your league, mate.
Oh my God.
Well, you have to be more careful.
It's all part of his long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6 in front of the nation.
Can someone warn him it's going a little too well?
Oh. Sports board.
This is important. New government censorship should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the advanced blue waveform.
Uh-oh.
Catch the egg, name that fish.
I have to censor for the government now? Oh man.
Forget those
Megan.
games. This is the sport board game is the only game your family is going to want to play.
No, thank you.
It's quite all right.
No,
5 and 10 seconds.
he put that down for himself.
Going in 5, 4, 3,
Okay, we're back.
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honour to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to, well, you know, the past is the past, and I don't like to dwell on it.
I understand. You
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Crime fiction.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically, right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale. What a tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So let's see. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
Oh.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
Well, you know, they stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah. Nah, of course, man. Very much so. I just mean, like, why do I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah. I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of a
Or maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh, no. I'm going to do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah. You love it.
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh my
so
God.
Here he is with a new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus!
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel the elation from your participation. Still 2 leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting action, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking man? And I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams.
It's hard.
So don't make a bus. When you find you're one of us, get every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive.
Don't call me a government dog.
But why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although
Shit.
it's contravention of your obvious intention. I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not.
You are, though?
All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same.
Oh yeah? Fine. No more crazy Neil. Now I go to the government. That's what you guys get. You want me to be a government dog? I'll be a government dog.
So this is for the snub ones, the push and the shove ones, the folks that feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley, the ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty, the ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation, the ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of
You radicalized me.
evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise serve the press of the ways, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's fake as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to call the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Get out of your seats, get in the streets, set a fire.
Please stop swearing, sir. Please.
And burn them on the pyres of advances fucking letters. Gonna take his facts, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking He's unfitful. Time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team. And advances little dances aren't as harmless as it seems, cause they're stale and corrupt. Then you're angry or wrong. Then your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
Kubla, thank you for the 2-year resub.
With his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your lyrics.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Uh-oh.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral, unbiased, and independent of any outside interference. You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there. Sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing our culture spot.
I'm gonna get fired? I was literally just told to censor it.
Their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
That's a bad... This is a bad time for this ad.
Just a mix-up, I'm sure. Now, if you come with me, I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
trust
leave
me.
it.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand.
My father's gonna hear about this. So he is from Old Money. He was lying.
Territory. Your entitlements book will be coming to you by post in the next few days, and it will let you claim enough food for the week every week at one of our many new distribution centres. Everyone will get their fair share, and no one will be left behind. So you can carry on coming together to enjoy life
Look
and
at
make
him.
wonderful
If we
memories.
could just get you in position.
We show our international friends what's possible. And we all pool
Oh my god, it's these guys again.
come together in a sense of team
It's
spirit.
Mr. Bear.
So don't worry about what the rest of the world thinks.
You're back together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
Yes, it is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right,
have
okay
confidence
then.
that the team will
We're
keep
going
you safe
live in 10
from all the
seconds, opening on
rest.
camera 1.
Advance. Let's keep on setting a shining example.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And no, you're not mistaken. Sitting
Wait, can you raise in-game volume? Yeah, I feel like it was quiet too. Here, I'll turn it up for you guys.
across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Rayton, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
National Deficit. Oh my God, Jeremy.
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, yeah, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, see? He says, how would you like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It's like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris, Jesus, that was hard.
It's catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings.
She introduced the clips but didn't play them.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. But you're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back, demon! Back to the hells!
Wow. Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show?
He hates this
I
guy.
think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are
Oh.
immeasurable. He was our rock.
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
Yep. We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
You'll never take the sacred path!
And am I right in saying this was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support,
no.
we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which
Did I
frankly
side
would
up
have
with
been
the
a
wrong team?
travesty.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
Oh no.
You do this every night.
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, it's unbelievable, Megan.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken our jobs.
Yeah.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
Oh. Crazy Neil.
Oh.
Because I've got a solstice with a mostness. So come on down to Crazy Neil's for a crazy.
Oh, thank God.
Some garden furniture, patio furniture with some garden furniture next to it on the garden next to the patio. We've got garden furniture that looks like a cello, garden furniture that looks like a car, garden furniture that looks like garden furniture. Come on down for a crazy midsummer deal. We've got all sorts of stuff in the garden. We got fish, we got flowers, we've got dishes, we've got sacks, we've got garden plants, we've got garden ponds, we've got fronds. If you want an elephant, you can take it away in a wheelbarrow. You want it, we've got it. We've got bird baths, we got duck ponds, we've got fire pits, we got a whole mess of crazy frogs with water coming out of their mouths. This is a crazy deal from a crazy midsummer deal. Gnome from gnome, home from home. We got more than 7 gnomes, because we've got men with trombones. We've got reclining giants. We've got crazy garden gnomes with glasses. What's all that about? If you've got a loved one and you want them buried in your back garden, come on down to Crazy Deal, because we've got a headstone for you. And guess what? It's 50% off engraving. I'm not even making a profit. I'm making a loss. Get on out to the Crazy Neil Deal Summer Deal Show. Yeah!
Wait a minute. Bro! A+ perfect score. Who is this guy? Yeah! Crazy Neil, going up. Government, not happy with me, somehow, even though I did their fucking bidding. But my boss is. Oh, that's saying the world hates the government? It's a lazy Sunday afternoon in summer with you and Sam making the most of both kids being out of the house. You bang your head coming out of the cupboard with the last 2 slices of homemade cake. It used to be much easier when you could store things in the pantry. It's rare for you and Sam to actually get to finish sweet things in this house, and you savor every moment. Just as you take your last bite, you hear the sound of a front door slamming. That'll be Charlie back from the Go-Getters. You can hear him practically running to come find you, and he's grinning from ear to ear when he finally does. I have some really big news! You and Sam play along, sitting attentively with bated breath. Ready? Charlie asks, and you both nod enthusiastically. With a flourish, he reveals a new badge from his pocket and proudly presents it for you both to examine. As he announces, as of today, I'm a member of the first tier of Cohesion Cadets. There's way more stuff I'm going to be doing, and I'll be working some weekends, but it's really cool. Sam congratulates Charlie, but you can't help but frown. This seems like a big step up from teenagers. What? What? You know, I'm happy for you, son. This game's creepier than I expected. I think it's a really cool tone. You clearly love your daughter more. Oh, shopping, something that always seemed so tedious before the sanctions, has become even more of a chore now. You managed to get almost everything you need for the family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park, though it's hard to make out why in the dark. As the final car in front drives off, you realize the queue is actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO, emblazoned in a number of places on it, approaches your car and knocks on the driver's side window. Good evening. Nothing to worry about. I was wondering if you could show your team membership card, please. Weren't these cards supposed to be voluntary? I'm sorry, I don't have one. Oh, that's not a problem. We've got forms with us right here, and we're more than happy to sign you up. The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. She clearly received the short end of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork. I thought these cards weren't required. Well, strictly speaking, they're not. But there's also loads of benefits to having them, and no reason not to get one. His smile fades a bit, and when he puts a hand up to scratch the back of his neck for a moment, he leans over you. His presence now seems a bit intimidating. That's not something I want right now. Almost instantly, the friendly demeanor is gone, and his expression is one of stern disapproval. Well, obviously, I can't make you sign up, but I would strongly recommend you do, and soon. We wouldn't want people to think you had anything to hide, would we? He takes a step back and gestures for you to drive on. You're sure you see him writing something down in your rearview mirror as you head home, somewhat more hurriedly than before. Oh boy. Interesting. It's Saturday, one of your few days off, and you've made the most of it. But as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned on the fridge, staring accusingly at you. The Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event, Bozeman was very quick to tell you. Also, don't you dare be late. You skipped a work weekend once, you can't do it again. You can live with another note from Bozeman if you keep your Saturday night. Now I'll go. Let's start getting ready. You wonder if Sam will give you a lift. A drink or two might help with the enforced office socializing. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job, right? Yeah. I got an A+. You arrive on time, barely, at the Savonia, one of the oldest and grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in, and quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is. Possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your whole life. You submit to being patted down with a sigh of relief or let into the hotel. Once inside, you're directed to the grand ballroom, and following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place and the amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe woman looking at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. She curtly checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow Manuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens up the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you see why it's called the grand ballroom. You pause for a second to take it all in. You feel a slight tap on your arm, and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table in the central floor area and a decent view of the stage. Clearly, you're in Bozeman's good books at the moment. You're sat with some colleagues you've seen around the Channel 1 offices before, but don't know that well. One of them informs you far too excitedly, it's a very corporate evening of awards and speeches. Great, at least the food should be good. Dinner is indeed lovely, and with the heap of the no doubt very expensive wine, conversation flows easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with an award for Best Newcomer to the Channel 1 family. We got an award! Yippee! As you walk up to collect it, you recognize the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson-Blimey of Incisors fame. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala before specifically thanking Prime Minister Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. As you take the stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers, as well as Bozeman, Meghan, and some very well-to-do types that you don't recognize. Where's Jeremy? That explains all the security. As you're handed the award, Dr. Atkinson-Blimey asks if you'd like to say a few words. You make a joke thanking Dave for fleeing the country and leaving you his job. You're a little nervous and slur out a quick praise for Advance in Channel 1. Oh god. Oh god. I'm afraid to joke. Make the joke? I make the joke. Most of the room breaks out in polite laughter. But you see that neither of the Prime Ministers cracks so much as a smile, and nor does Bozeman. Oh no! He's too busy frantically flipping between examining Peter and Julia for a reaction and glaring daggers at you. Eventually, they join the light applause as Adrian ushers you back to your seat. Wait. As you're finishing up dinner, one of the other people at your table points behind you. You turn, you see Bozeman walking briskly past with Julia Salisbury Clement in tow. You're pretty sure he's pointedly ignoring you. He's introducing the Prime Minister to a selection of people at different tables. Oh, you finish off the rest of your meal, listen to the last few speeches, and then head home. All in all, it was a surprisingly nice evening. You might actually look forward to the next one. Running Bill's been invited you to that one, of course. So much for humor, man. Oh, loading tip guy's off today. Oh boy. Oh, I knew it.
Alex, you'll have noticed that the valves are heating up excessively due to the current heat wave. When they get too hot, the trip switch will blow, as you've seen. Once things have cooled down and the trip switch is back to normal, you can get the power back on. You should keep the fan pointed at the correct valve by aiming it up and down. The
Uh-oh.
gauge when you're facing the screen will warn you, so keep an eye on it. Also, maintenance tells me that the bad power switch occasionally turns off for no good reason, so keep an ear open for that too. I'm sure you've already worked all this out though, Alex. You're a rising star at this network and we're all very proud of you.
They've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people.
Come to Bumlins.
Right, keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions.
I can't tell.
Now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters,
I can't tell the difference.
Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response
I think they're the same.
to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognize their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war.
Oh, fuck.
We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely, and we warn aggressors to this country that we are neither meek nor defenseless. Thank you.
Popping the question. Sickly striker Johnny Handsleeves has finally asked his long-term partner to marry him. With his girlfriend Tiffany Lamore standing by him during his long illness, it seems Johnny may have finally turned a corner. Now, as this candid photo shows, it seems he's well enough to propose to her from his sickbed. According to a source close to the couple, Tiffany was delighted that her
That's
poorly
cute.
partner wanted to become her happy hubby. In a joint statement, the couple said they hope to break the record for celebrity marriages, which currently stands at 12 days. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. A bridge too flat. After disappointing sales leave them with a massive flood surplus, Remington's Fist have had to find a use for their overflowing stocks. After the decision to ramp up production was met with public
Was that 'cause
outcry, Sophia Remington has let slip the future for the overflowing flock of failed floods. Hoping to
Overflowing
recapture
flock
the
of
public's
failed floods.
imagination, Remington's Fist have announced a luxury island getaway called Flood Festival, described as an immersive, luxury flood experience on an island. This cryptic announcement has certainly raised eyebrows, with consumers asking questions like, but what even is it? And did you say an island?
What even is it?
Fungi or fungi? As their supplies dwindle,
Fungi or
scientists
fungi?
of Dante's Taint have had to supplement their food stores with more unconventional cuisine. After funding was pulled due to public outrage, all attempts to rescue the researchers have now been abandoned. But David and Ingrid's joint team
Was
are
that
not
because I
going down
played the
without
guy
fight.
being annoyed?
They've begun to experiment
Oh
with the available
no.
food
I
sources.
doomed those scientists.
Without sufficient time to test the long-term effects of eating the newly discovered flora, the scientists resorted to deciding which to eat based on their favourite colour. FX7B3 has become the staple of their subterranean diet, and reportedly, despite its appetising aroma, tastes like your dad's old feet. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protest, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. As grassroots support for the movement grows rapidly, especially in those areas Advance have not yet been able to fully regenerate, people across the country are starting to fear a return to the bad old days of inequality, division, and multiple television shows about buying houses. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
I love Jeremy. Everything's all right.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns at the University of Princeford. Are you enjoying the
cocktail with what looks suspicious?
Yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
That's been going so well recently. And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
So I'm very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather
What's this
stations
sound?
all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer.
Oh, it's
and
the thing.
very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go.
Complimentary personal anecdote.
And, as expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so, you know.
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Here it just says, shit.
I just wanted to see what Jeremy was up to.
This is a celebration.
Shit.
Can't go around looking like that.
Shit,
there you go,
shit,
much
shit.
better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running
It's running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local...
Has anyone seen Jenny?
Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julius Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Peter Clement's out to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about...
Oh me about the moment when you first heard the news.
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh.
Oh.
How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Oh. Oh.
Are you...
It's inspiration and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Today on the show there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Here, this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon.
But he's not also stuck here in this hellhole of a place.
To see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which has recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean,
I'm surprised Patrick survived.
It's something else. Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you.
You can tell that. Look at him, proud as punch.
Oh, it was
You
a
know
dream
what it's
sequence.
like,
Okay.
son, being the second smelliest town. No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. Those smug fucks. But who's laughing now, eh?
Say what, not me, that's for sure.
Fucking awesome.
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built flour factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does the stink not affect your life in every way, Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what's sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably the few valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next according is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
Oh, that's not really a problem. I've never sung in my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous. Why didn't you tell me? You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon. Feel the Bannon. Oh, man, what's the point?
And the ennui. All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
Nana Dottie? Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh, don't worry.
Unconscious. Are we going to come back now?
That's fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Barry.
You need to stand back.
Coastline as we speak. When we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons.
Oh, you've started now.
Nothing better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
Before it gets messy.
This next section
I'm just having a little bit of fun with it, guys. Oh.
may request some censorship if he goes too off topic. You've done a great job so far keeping everyone happy, so let's keep up the good work.
Ferris wheel.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
Carousel.
Uh-oh.
Roller coaster.
We might have to do some sleuthing after this.
But I can tell you what we do have.
It's Bumsley!
Deer cars. Colourful germ pit. This swing. Stay with us in our rustic accommodation with all the facilities you'd expect. Water. Grass.
Or a report from Grenson Downs. Even the weather's all fucking relevant.
With our fantastic live entertainment, actual activities, legally edible food and air.
Which is what?
Your
People's minds should be very much on
perfect family getaway at
so
Poland.
fucking hot.
Located just a few minutes drive from local attractions like Bum Sands and The Hole.
That's it. This is
Bum Sands and the Bum Hole!
Over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5,
Bumlets. We'll take the whole
5,
family.
4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Welcome back to the National... Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. So I was watching your show and I remember seeing the news about the election and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that right?
Not according to my therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say.
Well, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once.
Enough! That's enough!
Get him, Jeremy!
Enough!
Oh, shit!
Try not to piss myself.
Alex, cut! Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio.
Jeremy.
I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football? We are on the brinks of a siege the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Right then. You in the broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention.
He knows my name.
Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines, and when I say so, and not before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras,
I assume
all of
you
you,
won't be playing that
on
tape.
me.
This station does not negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've
Well,
made myself
this is a
clear. You seem to know what to do.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is either one-sided or by now we're going to show the other side for a bit of fucking balance, like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. Now, I don't want to hurt any of you. If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start by killing this man.
I did it.
Now, reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
You're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right call.
We are. You've seen our symbols on your walls. You've heard them talk about us on the news. We are Disrupt. We are the Resistance. It's time you knew the truth. You know Advance are lying to you. You know the elderly are not a burden. You know the rich were not all evil.
They're not all evil.
Team membership card is an ID card, no matter what they try to tell you. But why should you trust us? Another faceless organization. A shadowy figure with a distorted voice.
True.
You've seen it so many times in the movies.
True.
Well, this is not a movie.
Oh! No! It's this fucker!
My name is Alan James. I used to try and shock people for a living, for entertainment. But now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up.
He's a changed man.
Advance are coming for our freedoms. They are coming for the fruits of our labors. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns. But you don't have to accept it. A great many people already won't. You can resist. You can disrupt. Find us. Talk with us. Join us.
What now?
It isn't hard.
I don't know.
We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had speech, good. But this was unexpected. This was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy? So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off.
God, please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long? How long, Jenny?
We're already live.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for what I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is, what's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that feel, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. it's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
I couldn't say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I don't know what you want me to say.
Christ, you're fucking useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later. Jenny?
I don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. Who'd want to do this? Jenny, why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted.
Was?
Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
Well, there is a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that hood came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No, I didn't know. The people I met were with, he wasn't there.
God,
I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry, but seriously, Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grantham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy,
I'm still
stop.
censoring the
Go
swear
on.
words because kids watch this.
Eat it! Eat it, you fucking bully!
Jeremy, stop! They will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, then. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. We're nearly done.
Oh.
All cameras on me. This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of, whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves.
I want to see that.
Anyway, that's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast in the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's all so fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. Try something else. Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried it.
Oh.
I loved the news. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry. I've...
Crazy Neil.
Deal! The prices are heating up, but the temperature's going down. Or it's the other way around. We don't know. We've got dingoes. We've got ringos. Give me the flamingo, guys. I know the prices are mental. If you're boiling hot and you're thinking, I need to get cool, I need to get down to Neil's because we've got the aircon on. We're serving up ice creams to all the customers, but our prices are dropping faster than a kid with a cold. It's on the floor. Yes, they're dropping every day. We've got crazy artificial paddling poles, ornamental paddling poles, big poles, little poles, any ground catching nets. Well, I don't care what you think. I'm gonna drop them even further. We got rubber rings for pets. We got rubber rings for you. We got rubber rings for them. We got rubber rings for her. Are you the managing director? No. We got everything from pina coladas, lifeboat starters, ladies on lilos. We got men in silos. If your favorite hobby is ice sculpting, whilst the outside is boiling, we can let you sculpt dragons. We can let you sculpt flagons. We can let you sculpt icebergs. Whatever the temperature is doing, we got a fan. You don't care? You're fired! Hey! So come on down to the Crazy Neil Long Hot Summer Deal Steal!
Dude, this game is so cool. Hey, got a bonus! Oh boy. Hey, my boss is happy with me. That's a surprise. We're gonna look at that last day.
In a minute, we'll be going live to the newsroom. But before that, let's take a quick peek at tonight's scorching lineup. At 6:30, Megan Wolf is at the beach, chatting with members of the general public for a special...
Actually, wait, I want to do the rushes. So we can see the other angles.
All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News. And after that, I'll be asking my own thumb what it thinks about the global financial situation, as well as what 3 members of the general public think about how a nuclear reactor might work.
Could you be a little more dismissive in your delivery? I think there's a viewer out there somewhere who missed it.
Viewers? We still have some of those, do we? Perhaps they're hoping to run into a fact.
Jeremy, get it together. Don't give Bozeman any more ammunition.
Oh, no, thank you.
Coming back from the titles, quiet in the studio.
I really best not.
It's interesting to see the stuff we couldn't see while we're live, right?
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country
Go on,
to see
then.
how the people of this great nation of ours are
Just the
coping with
one.
this
I am supposed to be working.
First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan,
This game is so creative.
how's
I
the
love
weather
it.
there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns at
On
the
a
University
beach
of Princeton.
with a
Are you
fucking
enjoying the weather as
cocktail
much as I
with what
am?
looks suspiciously like actual news.
Would you rather she was here with you? Because that's been going so well recently.
No, I don't want that either. What I want is, well, never mind. Right now, I'd happily settle for a desk fan.
Bozeman will never approve it.
Do you know they have dinner together?
Who?
Bozeman and Megan, and Bozeman's wife, who is lovely, apparently. Who would have thought it? Bozeman managed to persuade some poor, hapless victim to shackle themselves to his ego.
Your mic's still live. And I have met Bozeman's wife, and she is lovely, actually.
What do you mean you've met Bozeman's wife? How come you've met her? I don't even know she exists.
Because in the 8 years I've worked with you, I've never seen you attend a single workplace social event.
Aha! That's why I wasn't there.
Yes. Imagine the horror of spending an evening with your colleagues.
I'd rather spend an evening with that fucking rapper.
Do you remember when you used to be fun?
Yes, it was about the last time we did the actual news, wasn't it? Before your lot turned into this shit.
Your lot.
I'm sorry. My lot?
Well, it's not my fault, is it? Why are you even here today? I mean, it's supposed to be your day off.
I am not talking to you.
It's really interesting. I'm wondering if they like the order in which they have these filmed, right?
Is this okay? Let me cleanest overalls.
Could you? There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that
I've
everything is
actually
just
been
fine.
writing about
I'm
the
Megan
moment
Wolf.
we'd
Here with
finally meet
science.
Robin.
Back to you.
It's in Iambic
Megan Wolf there.
Pentameter.
Oh. Shoo.
Why are you doing this?
You know, for a smart person, you're really thick. People want their floods more than they want their planet.
Is it true Sophia Remington pays for your tennis lessons?
If you'll excuse me, I have to go and work on my serve.
Damn,
To
cards are
receive this
evil.
week's amazing prize.
You can hear me. Don't you walk away from me. Jenny!
Poor Jeremy.
Well, go on then.
You say?
I have to be sat here until the inevitable clusterfuck of an interview that is this, Gary the shit collector, comes to an end. So, if you wouldn't mind.
There's a little peek at the gun in his jacket when he took it off. Wow. Wait. Didn't he take the gun from the officer though?
Precedented weather is affecting.
Get out of my face!
This one's
Grizzle
called a
food.
study in corn.
So Nigel.
Barry Lardon.
For your information, Jeremy, me and my lot aren't the reason there's no real news left. I put plenty of ideas forward, but they always get squashed up the chain.
Fucking Bozeman.
No, not Bozeman, further up.
Oh, tell me more.
I shouldn't have even said that.
Well, Patrick, who's not looking presentable now, eh? Fucking arsehole.
Do we... I'm trying to decide if I want to watch
Jeremy?
more of the hostage situation, or if we should just not do that. Or, oh. What? Oh, it's a different thing. Meltdown. I don't think I can. Really? Stoodler, thank you for the reset.
How long?
Sure.
How long? How long? Hi, everyone.
Ads.
Interesting. It actually cuts it when it cuts to the ads. So that changed, I think, an outcome. Wow. All right, well, let's see what happens. Events of the story change depending on what you focus the camera on this day. You wake up, it's still partly in shock from what you saw in the news last night, or you had to edit on the news last night. When you come downstairs, you find your family sat in the living room waiting for you. Sam Spall was hesitating before starting. We were worried about you last night after Jeremy, everything that happened. I wonder what they'll do with him now. Are you okay? Okay, so he is alive. I can't shake the feeling he might be right. Sam glanced at Charlie, then back at you. We saw that you chose to play that tape. They paused before continuing. And I couldn't help but wonder why. I didn't feel like I had a choice. I mean, it's true, he did threaten everyone. It's not good enough. Disrupt are bad people. I can't believe you did that. Charlie's outburst seems to come out of nowhere, and no one in the room is prepared for it. Do you even think about how this stuff affects people? You're a fucking idiot. Sam tries to eject Charlie, but he's already slammed the door. Oh no, he's been indoctrinated. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation, and somehow you managed to make the right call. Sam throws her arms around you. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticize what you did, and I'm proud of you. Sam supports me. Take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's a lot to take in. You're not sure you fully process what happened last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it all. Where's my daughter? It's nice you're at least got some company. The TV's playing through some old Western show, and it's not quite as distracting as you'd have hoped. Oh yeah, she's traveling. It's been 6 months since you and Sam last discussed Grandma's ever-increasing medical costs, and Emma, whilst very pleasant, has proved an expensive nurse as you'd feared. You can't quite believe it's been that long already, but the sanctions are really starting to hit home now, and unfortunately the government's only solution is to help the ailing elderly as a day trip to a transition center. Why does everything seem to come back to money? The transition center, by the way, is basically helping them die. It's like a hospice, but not. It's like a sped up euthanasian hospice. This time it's you at the kitchen table, yet not really as voluntary. This time it's you at the kitchen table, surrounded by bills and paperwork when Sam comes to join you. Today, Emma told you that there was really nothing more you could do, except an expensive experimental new treatment that might not even help. Sometimes your mom wants the treatment. More often she talks about visiting a transition center. It's hard to know what she wants. Sam puts a hand on yours. What are we going to do, honey? She's your mother. It has to be your choice. Oh, yikes. This is hard. This is heavy. We are comfortable right now. After this, it's not going to be so good. Does she want it? It's unclear because she's not mentally well. It says that she talks sometimes about wanting it and other times about going to the transition center. Yeah, I think they're implying she has some degree of dementia. I have a feeling that more hard times are coming. All right. God, this sucks. This sucks. I don't want the game to put me in this position. I'm not gonna put the rest of my family at risk. Just as you're finishing up breakfast, Sam comes in with the post. Oh, we got a postcard from Susie. I hope she's having fun on her trip. Wait! How long is this trip? Sam reads it aloud as he finished getting ready for work. So, I've seen what feels like most of Kyrgyzstan. Really cool place, but so cold. Hope Chippy enjoyed the gift. And maybe, before you say anything, yes, you were right to make me pack an extra pair of socks. Next, we got the train to Konyaslava, much warmer and loads of beaches to enjoy. I couldn't stay there forever, but had to head to San Palermo before it got too cold. I'm glad we did. We'll probably got 1 or 2 more stops before heading home, and I'll be back in time for Christmas, I promise. I'm glad that she's having a good time. That's why we do it. This game does go hard. Saint Mr. Ghost, thank you for the 4 months. What did he decide? I decided to put them on my mid transition center.
Disrupt activity on the interference console tonight. You could choose to broadcast these alternative frequencies by scrolling the mouse wheel down, or return to channel 1 by scrolling up. Of course, I trust you know better than to put disrupt on the air, Alex. We show the news, nothing else.
You've asked me to ask you to keep it light. Well, what does that mean? It means to do everything you do.
War broadcasts?
Just
No.
don't get drawn into
Not doing that.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me.
For all the day's sports board highlights, including all the tabletop action.
Apparently, there's a crew at Team HQ right now.
Oh yeah, they did get us a new VCR. That's fun.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
Sometimes you sound just like him, you know.
Which tells the cautionary tale
How
of
are
one
you?
brave young lady's battles to survive the cruel administrations of our neighbours.
It
At
is what it
11:25, it's Incisors.
It
And
is what it
tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
I'm
will be getting his
listening to you
teeth into Fiona from Hamble Bambleberry, who is
10 seconds, everybody.
twist on the humble biscuit. And that takes us, after the weather and public information
Going in
film,
5,
into our close down.
4,
But first
3.
tonight, it's time to join Megan and the team for the National Night.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months of this war make ever more demands on our armed services, those numbers will, tragically, only continue to rise. Don't starve. Advance's food programme moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. However, with a reported rise in mental and physical health issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served.
Tiny bread.
7 days to die. The recent decision to allow those
Are these
with
all
long-term
just video
health
games?
conditions
They know
to
what they're
access
doing.
Transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community.
Everyone can die now.
Have reported larger than expected numbers, but report that they are coping well and able to provide a complete and
Oh
meaningful
my
service
God.
to all who choose to use it. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. While applications
Jesus.
are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from advance. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankipool. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. Community cohesion officers found themselves challenged by the unruly mob element always present at Disrupt events, but thankfully managed to keep violent incidents to a minimum. And finally tonight, our mutual friend. Bail was denied in the High Court today for shamed former national nightly news anchor
Hey,
Jeremy Donaldson.
He's alive.
The presenter will be transferred to new lodgings at Pension Ridge Prison, while the lengthy preparations for his trial, which is still 18 months away, begin. Following his very public breakdown on this programme 10 weeks ago, the once loved presenter was disarmed and taken into custody by the community cohesion team. Let's hope doctors can help the once great man. But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lanfordshire.
This piece of shit.
National Nightly News.
Speak up, my default is, can't it?
I got his ass. It's amazing I have not been fired yet.
In part 2, I'm a little overexcited to announce I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lanfordshire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Oh, God.
Oh, have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym more or anything. As my old mum used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new you?
Oh.
Well, you know, Mrs. C and I were watching, you know, the night the blockade began. When Jeremy Donaldson...
I stuck around, and I did something I would never have done in my old life. I listened.
Remember, and I were a bit wheezy from all the cigars and all that. And Mrs. C turns to me after the signal dropped away, and she were in floods of tears. And she says, "Peter," she said, "I couldn't go on without you," she said. So I made a decision. And since that day, I have stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthdays. Weddings. State dinners. As well as that, I got this useless bloody bag which doesn't go anywhere. And apparently I'm going on a walking holiday this Christmas, and that should finish me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times. These are certainly not the best of times. On that we can all agree. There's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territories at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some of those forms are bastard long.
All in it together.
What?
All in it together.
Oh, yeah. Also, it doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail?
Damn. Megan's actually like she's changed.
Well, leaving that for a moment, it says on this card that a body like yours must take some planning to achieve. What's your morning routine?
Well,
Jeremy Scott to her, yeah.
Frigid morning routine.
That Jeremy Donaldson had a very is undeniable, but rather than law enforcement, wouldn't medical experts be the one to call? Of course, that was never going to happen. Jeremy had a very public breakdown.
With the blockade in its 20th week.
Oh, his name is a swear now.
What plans do you have to get us out?
I missed what my boss said.
Well, that's a very blunt question, Miss
Surely
Wolf.
one for which you, the democratically elected Prime Minister, must have an answer.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about plans. That's all we do. Fucking plans and revised plans and then meetings to discuss the implementation of plans and plans and yet more planning for fucking plans and yet more fucking plans.
I mean, I feel like they're shooting themselves in the foot more than switching the broadcast would.
I used to really like you, Pat. You were a breath of fresh air. But I've been watching you, and you know what? You get more like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, your co-leader Julia Salisbury is going to give a national address from team headquarters. Can you give us a hint of what she's going to say?
Yes. Well, I imagine that
Sorry,
it will be
you
the
imagine?
usual. No, what I mean is.
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
Well, I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Sorry?
Only cards. What else? A little piece of my life do you want to rustle through? Get out. Refill my last. Come on. Come on.
Okay. What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Lil C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is. And do you think the C stands for?
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah, actually, that does make more sense, actually.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other. I've got Mrs. C and many a fine single malt. I want for nothing. Except for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the Culture Spot with Lil C and a world premiere performance of her new song. I genuinely can't wait to hear that. We'll be back.
What's this bitch is up to? And get me a bottle of something strong.
And that is what happens when you wander from the car.
I don't think he knew about her statement.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call embolism.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman? Nah, you're like the daughter you never had.
Go! Come on down! And pull a cracker! It'll go bang in your face! And you'll take whatever comes out! Yay! Christmas
Yay!
pineapple on a tree! Take 2 baubles! Take 3! We don't care how many baubles! Take a candle! Set fire to your Christmas tree! Set fire to your life! If you're thinking Christmas is a way off and the blockade is getting you down, stock might be low, but the prices are lower! We've even had to get crazy creative! And we've got specials on all
You'll no doubt have spotted the updated mixing disc. You'll need the new one.
great.
We got crazy Christmas dancing hats. We got crazy Christmas dancing hats and jumpers. If you're feeling hungry, don't feel down in the mouth. You can have a dog on a log. And remember, a dog isn't for life. It's just for Christmas to eat. It's a crazy deal at Crazy Meals. We've got elves on trees. We've got trees on elves. If you want to know where the elf on the shelf is, we've got elves on elves. Bend over and ready for you to take home. We got naughty Christmas nativities with naughty Christmas figurines. We got crazy Christmas nut bums. We've got crazy Christmas big bums. It's the sixth Mrs. Crazy Neil used to say to me, bang, bang, bang. She had to go, but I still love Christmas. Christmas without her is not the same, but I don't care because I'm insane. Come on down to Crazy Neil's for your Christmas needs. Watch not included.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C. I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
Ooh, what's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that like annoying little girl from that show to that like sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really, it was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
There's nothing that strange about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
Uh-huh. So, this newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi, but as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So, what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again.
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dance and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
Put it in my A together.
Soon, after the last one.
Oh yeah, I've actually released 2 albums since lunchtime and a clothing line during this interview. See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the best high street and retailer shops and it's out now. So girlies, you know what to do. Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh. There she goes. Blimey. All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes and I hate myself. I just want to like cry into a bath of root veg. But then I think thousands of girls would do anything to be me, so I must be quite lucky.
Well, you know you don't have to do this though, don't you?
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between like my 4th vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different, you know, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practising again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Quagler proud and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it,
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know what, it's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
All right then, well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here is Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Force's favorite, the Queen of Teams, here to break in your blockades, Lil C.
Oops.
Oh baby, can't you see I'm hungry? There's a place in me
Help!
that's empty.
This feels illegal.
I want that meat you're packing. Only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy. I got no agenda. Just want the team and me. No dirty foreign member. Don't stop no morning drill. There's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no
Oh my god, it's just propaganda.
on my border. Quick before I get much older. Tie me down and pull me like an enemy.
This is so fucked.
An enemy soldier.
Oh my god.
So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die at two. So what a Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy. I wanna see some action. So come and break my sanctions. I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no vicar's daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy and flip me over, grab my hair, rip off my clothes and dump them there. I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
Can I show this? Oh. Whoops, I didn't see Megan was there.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
Can I just say, thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours, won't you?
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, for the public to have that certain perspective on me. You know what it's like.
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jean Short? Is he?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together.
Wow.
And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to start needing it.
Oh my god. The lube guys.
I hope you brought your head around these sound effects, Alex, because you'll need all 4 buttons for the next section. Each time they light up, listen to the actors and try and pick the most appropriate effect. The actors can't hear your choices, so let's not upset them when they watch it back later.
Do I look like the
Oh, I'm gonna upset them, alright.
No, not anymore. I'm better.
It's this fucking guy.
Just keep adding flowers until it
Due to the ongoing military blockade, some destinations may differ from those featured in this advertisement, as the cruise now mainly takes place around Savannah.
5, 4, 3.
Nonix Phoenix, say what's up.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've
Thanks for
been
joining us
teasing
for
you
part
about
3.
our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePlume now. How'd you like that?
Yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
Your wife.
Oh, God, no.
No.
No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Wow. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
Why would they be laughing here? It hasn't started yet.
Shit! Fuck! I'm sorry, Bozeman! Damn it! God, I'm gonna get fired!
That's much better. Keep going like that and you'll do fine.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalised my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock. See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray.
And just like that, we can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
Oh, it's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
Oh, no. It's Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What? Did you say tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No doy.
So it wasn't you who vandalised my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray. Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
Oh. Whoa. Wait.
We are picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be... what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities.
What?
Initial estimates put the death toll into... they put them into millions. I'm being told we're experiencing some power shortages as a result, so apologies for the interruption. And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate them if our conditions are not met in full.
Of power fluctuations and what could be minor earthquakes throughout the continent.
We will no longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately. We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future. Your borders are now our borders. Your people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed. But
done.
for your
What's being
privileged
done
few,
right now
the moment that they
to
feared
our
is now
neighbours,
upon them.
this is unprecedented. Our government has
Allow
committed
me
an
to
act,
be crystal
multiple
clear.
acts of mass destruction
If you
in our
fire
name.
a single shot at our territory or harm a single one of our citizens, we will not hesitate to detonate further devices. You will not find them, though no doubt you are already searching for them. Our technology is decades ahead of yours. We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. It's not relevant or important. So many of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother. His name is David. And right now, I can't get his stupid face out of my head. He's a researcher and he's currently traveling the continent for work. And I don't know where he is right now. And I should imagine that there are many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news, and you also have loved ones on the continent, in Urkistan, or Havia, or San Palmerino, or Konislava, which is where David was when I last spoke to him 3 days ago. So when I tell you I know how you are feeling tonight, believe me, I do. But I also know that there's a flow to events. I see it every day here. I know that although tonight it feels like we may be in a time of fear and darkness, we may actually be at the break of a new dawn. We don't know that yet. We can't know that yet, but together we will find out. And I will be here every night, feeling what you are feeling. And with your help, maybe we can all get to that brave new world. My name's Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out. We've got people ringing around, but the telephone networks are overloaded. Okay. We'll find them.
Do we know exactly?
I don't have an out.
Megan. We will find him.
What the hell ad are we playing? What?
Eau de Beaubois. Eau de Beaubois. The dangerous new fragrance from Eye of the Beholder, formulated with all natural hydrogen sulfide. Eau de Beaubois, because who cares?
Well, that took a turn. Looking up. How's the world doing? Not great. Wait. Why can't I watch this? Oh, here.
Well, before we join Megan Wolf and the team for tonight's National Nightly News, there's just time to take a peek at what's coming up later tonight on Channel 1. At 6:30,
I wanted to
it's
see the
Russian
funny
Kids.
thing we did. Let's watch the funny show before the nuke happened, okay? The disrupt hacks earn another tap. Yeah. I don't know. I guess we should watch them now. Yeah, this was a lot. This took a turn. Yeah, the acting's great. They've all done a really good job.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
All right, let's see.
For the notice board.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried.
Come on,
as
guys,
the
let's watch.
vicar in
Forget about
closing
maybe
time.
daughter dead.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalized
Are we watching
my
this again?
shop again.
I wanted to see how the
Yes!
how audio effects.
They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't
I
ever
love his
become
delivery.
productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock. See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray. And just like that, he can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh! I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right.
Why'd he put his hand in there?
Here it is.
It's a letter
God, it keeps getting louder.
to Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
Oh, no! It's Brad! He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What did you say? Tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Greg?
This is very important. All right, you guys want to keep going? I feel like we're getting somewhere with the narrative. All right. We have to. Or do you want to see some of their hacks too? We could go back. The rest of your shift passes in a blur with the same. Actually, yeah. We'll go back to the main menu first. Yeah, this has been such a cool game. There's also a horror DLC for this, apparently, that I kind of want to check disrupt hacks.
Jeremy Donaldson is to be put on trial. Let's all think about that for a moment. One of the nation's most respected and beloved truth seekers is to be put on trial. And for what? Waving a gun around he clearly had no intention of ever using. That Jeremy Donaldson had a very public breakdown is undeniable, but rather than law enforcement, wouldn't medical experts be the one to call? Of course, that was never going to happen. Jeremy Donaldson had a very public breakdown because he simply couldn't take what Advance were doing anymore. He knew that the national nightly news was being transformed from a bastion of truth into a frivolous chat show. And like a mother watching her child fall under a predator's spell, he couldn't stand by and allow that to happen. He chose to stand up to Advance, and their response will be to destroy him. He will be discredited, shamed, tried and convicted. They will break him as an example to us all. But today, Disruptors named him an officer in absentia. We welcome him to our ranks. We are with you, Jeremy. You do not stand alone.
Brofist, yeah.
We are hearing stories of power fluctuations and what could be minor earthquakes throughout the continent. Stand by. We've lost contact with our benefactors in Urkistan and Konoslava. All our equipment seems to be resetting. Can we get this confirmed? Can we get this verified? I need this verified. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you are receiving this, but if you are, then you have to know. You have to know what's being done right now to our neighbours. This is unprecedented. Our government has committed multiple acts of mass destruction in our name. Nor do I care how you voted. You didn't vote for this. None of us did. This can't be. We are awaiting further news and, oh, God. What if they respond?
Well, Yeah, this is an insane turn of events.
Every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
All right. Let's see where it goes. The rest of your ship passes like a blur with the same words going around. Operatives working for advanced detonated nuclear explosives. Initial estimates put the death toll in the millions. You pull into the driveway with no memory of the journey home. The light in the front room is on. Clearly someone else is still awake. The door creaks open in the living room and you find Sam sitting on the sofa staring at the TV. The screen is off and they're clearly lost in thought. You take a seat beside them and put a reassuring hand on their shoulder. They don't look at you, but they do reach up to take your hand in theirs. Now you're close. You can see the tears flowing freely down Sam's face. Our little girl. The hell can we do? The bastards killed Susie. She's dead? We just know that? And millions of others. All because of their fucking war, which we never asked for. Behind the tears, you see a fire, raw fury you've never seen in Sam before. I hate them, Alex. I know you've been a fan of Advance, but after this, they're monsters. I need you to understand that. That we can't just be indifferent. We need to actually do something. Advance did what was necessary. I'm glad they're prepared to do what is needed. I don't think it's that simple. The country is suffering. Nothing can justify what they did, and anyone who tries to do it is as bad as they are. Yup. Relief spreads across Sam's face like a wave, and they collapse against you, clutching tightly. Really, this was weighing heavily on them. You're not sure you've processed it fully yet. The last week has passed in a blur, a rush of things to do, but all immediately forgotten. Memory clouded in a dark fog. 9 days since the so-called Liberation Night and the beginning of Advance's new future, you weren't the first ones to get at the church today. You were staggered by the number of people who have come to mourn with you, everyone here for the same reason, sharing the same pain, same sense of loss. It's written on all their faces, much as would be on yours. You step away from everyone else. Your daughter, poor little Susie, gone. Sam has said little since that evening. They're still getting over the shock, but when you walk over and squeeze their hand, they squeeze back tightly. We'll get through this together. They really just... What? Wait, pause. That's over a year. It's a seemingly ordinary morning, but as you get to work, you find a small crowd gathered in the break room. When you go and grab your first cup of tea of the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. You didn't hear? Yeah, another one's gone missing. What's that bring the total up to now? Well, I should think about 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed yet. An excited young woman turns to you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing from Queensview University. With all the other disappearances over the last year, scientists, doctors, researchers. She paused before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly disrupt, targeting the people speaking out against them. I even heard Advance are struggling to prevent further. A deep, familiar voice from behind you interrupts. What exactly is going on here? Bozeman clears his voice before continuing. I've told you before, I don't want to hear about these so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance have been very clear that they're nothing to worry about, which means they're not our problem unless they start classing cappuccinos as intellectual. I don't think anyone here has anything to worry about. Get back to work. Look, I know you have a habit of doing what you want, but things are different now. Advance runs the show, and they've made their feelings clear, so now I'm doing the same. Channel 1's official position is that the government has things well in hand, nothing more, nothing less. I trust I'll be hearing to talk about this again. Wow. What are we doing? Just working every day? Peddling their fucking propaganda after they kill our daughter for a year? You drum your fingers on the steering wheel impatiently as we wait for Charlie again. It's great he's enjoying the Cohesion Cadets. I would take his ass out of that. And is so enthusiastic, but does he really need to stay behind every week to help? It's your Saturday evening too, after all. Can't help but smile back at the frustration starting to fade as you see him so genuinely happy. After hugging his friends goodbye, Charlie heads over to the car and gets in, his face flushed with excitement. So how was... You've interrupted as he can't think of any longer. Guess what? What? So obviously the Cohesion Cadets is a starting point for becoming a CCO. So we get a head start when applying for that. Charlie gushes, clearly keen on explaining his news, almost tripping over the words in an effort to tell you. Well, apparently from next year, the top 5% of cadets will be taken into a special program to become CCMs, Community Cohesion Managers, and guess who's going to be in it? He beams at you. And what exactly do they do? Well, basically, they need a new liaison team between regular people, the CCOs, and the Betterment Department. And that'll be us. People come to us with concerns, and we'll decide whether they need referrals, and if so, to which department. So you're gonna be helping people report on their friends and neighbors. Well, yeah, I guess, but only bad people. It's about helping the community, making it safe for everyone. Charlie frowns at you. You don't like the CCOs or the Betterment teams? I'm worried about them having that much power and turning people against each other. Starting to sound like the people that Advance are trying to help. Charlie looks at you, a serious expression on his face. Don't worry. I'll make sure that everyone gets the support they need. This is a good thing for the community, and the team will be able to help everyone. He nods to himself and sits back in the seat. Even the car is somewhat icy for the rest of the journey. This all escalated really fast, and I do not feel like I'm able to put the brakes on anything. Oh, great. You're surprised to find Sam in bed next to you when you wake up. They must have got in very late from drinks with the folks from school. You decide to let them sleep in and enjoy a lazy Sunday morning. With the house quiet, you said that bring some breakfast into the living room and watch some TV while you eat. This is breaking news reports coming in across the country that large swaths of farmland went up in flames last night as part of what authorities are calling a heinous and well-planned act of terrorism by the group known as Disrupt. You drop your spoon back in the porridge and turn up the volume. Who's doing this news? Why am I not doing this news? Major pleasure. Thank you for 71 months, by the way. In addition to food stores, which government sources have said will be put on strain on universal menu centers countrywide, a number of CCO and civic buildings were targeted in last night's attack. According to Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, special prisons and re-education betterment facilities were raided, and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcibly extracted from lawful custody. Oh wait, Jeremy! Jeremy was just let free. Unfortunately, it appears that the CCOs were ill-prepared for an event like this, and Disrupt seemed much more effective and well-organized in comparison. While most of the targeted locations were thankfully empty of people, given the lateness of the hour, the betterment centers were fully staffed when they came under attack. 17 CCOs and 4 administrative staff lost their lives as a result of the brutal actions of Disrupt last night, with countless more injured. Many Disrupt seriously rushed to the hospital. A few Disrupt members were captured during the conflict, but the vast majority of them seem to have evaded capture so far. You're interrupted by Charlie walking into this living room, bleary-eyed with a piece of toast. Anything interesting going on? He gestures to the TV. Oh, they gendered Charlie. Wait, Charlie's my son, never mind. Mutely, you leave the news on as they cycle through the story. Again, Charlie watches in a hushed silence. By the end of the broadcast, they're dubbing it The Night of Fire. Everything going to be alright. Hope so. I'm not gonna lie to him. I don't fucking know. Our daughter's dead from nukes, okay? Oh boy. Oh boy. A year and a half since Liberation Night.
Alex, this is Alan James.
Hey, Alan.
The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking in when I can. Please help get our message out. We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favor. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
Episode of Just the Job.
Crazy Neil take us home.
By a chance to see the very last episode of Just the Job.
So what?
How's it doing?
How should I know?
What, you
haven't heard from him? He's a wanted criminal, Colin.
He's out.
But she never missed her birthday.
Your grandmother's on the run, Colin.
Yeah. Armed robbery, resisting arrest, double homicide on the same bloke. She's right laugh.
I hope he's alright though.
No, he's got this far, and your brother was fine. We're going in 10 seconds, everybody. Wonder what they're doing.
Oh, brother.
Not
Definitely, definitely. Going in 5, 4, 3.
It's over to the newsroom for tonight's National Nightly.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan.
Territories.
Our top stories tonight. Future legend. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted multiple attacks across the territories. During the coordinated action, subsequently dubbed the Night of Fire, emergency services were kept busy at the agricultural centres, while a series of covert attacks were carried out freeing political prisoners, including former newsman Jeremy Donaldson. Nothing has been heard from the missing journalist since the violent Disrupt attack on his convoy 6 weeks ago. Donaldson was on his way back to Betterment after his notorious court appearance. All of us here at Channel 1 hope that wherever he is now, he's safe. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractorpants, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a professional footballer. If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempted to undermine their new economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets, and mandatory grovelling zones. In an annoying show of petulance, the former elites drove their luxury vehicles at 10 miles per hour up and down the motorways of their respective territories. The coordinated protest of elites inconvenienced several 100,000 of their employees. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today, as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt, which has seen them dominate the headlines.
Bunny Panda?
While it's beyond debate that Disrupt's membership is growing at a rapid pace, not everyone seems to be as energetic about it as spokesperson Alan James would have us believe.
Oh.
Especially not this resident of Grottingberg Zoo in Territory 6, who seems remarkably unenthused about global politics. Three of our regular stories come to an end tonight. First, a Flard rain's gonna fall. More tragic photographs emerged today from Sophia Remington's failed Flard Festival. Arrivals at the island
Flard Festival.
were shocked to discover that the accommodation was on fire, the ocean was missing, and the only music was Jackson Hamstring's Banjo Fantastic, with 81-year-old Jackson Hamstring, who mercifully appeared to have forgotten his banjo. One crying attendee told reporters, "I came here to find my inner Flard, but all I discovered was what it's really like to be a paw." Whilst most of the blame has been passed to event manager Jimmy Longcon, Sophia Remington...
Jimmy Longcon is such a good name for a scam artist.
Surely not the way she'd have liked her tenure as CEO to end. A tribe called best. Good news from Dante's Taint, as it seems the community of scientists, now permanently trapped underground, have adapted well to their forever home.
Oh.
Analysts say that a completely new subterranean society has developed in the caves, with a rock-based economy, annual moth-eating competition, and a new language, or possibly disease, called Taint Tongue. It seems like Ingrid and David's team are thriving. It's just a shame that they've started eating the weak. Man on. Footballer Johnny Hamsleeves and his new wife Tiffany Lamour proudly announced today that their little team was 1-0 up at full time, which apparently means that they're having a baby. Once beset by tabloid controversy, Johnny seems to be settling well into family life, calling this latest news the ultimate golden goal, if a golden goal also peed on you. All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangling Board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
I love British humor, dude. Wait.
How can I help? Well, this is how. And as for when,
you'll know. Keep watching.
But first, 500 days after the loss of a fine leader and a great man, the start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter.
The fence, worked myself out because bang, straight on the floor, down on the ground.
Where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in
Oh,
Peter's
Peter's
honour.
dead.
Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick, we're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public
Having a
ownership, you
little
can't say
problem
anything
with
these
Patrick's
days.
earpiece there.
No, she's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan, you join me here live from the what? Oh.
He's dead.
Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay, all right, it seems like we have got the signal back. Patrick.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and live here. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly. For goodness sake, make sure you make it look good.
Slowly gathering since this afternoon.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
Oh, you got it, buddy. Thank God someone's giving me fucking permission.
Getting underway, here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably. Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night,
What?
another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories.
Thank you for the raid pizza
Loss of a
superplex.
leader, a
Sorry, I have to
statesman,
really focus.
a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television. First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard, bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late-night chat show PT, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, he once told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us his mistakes alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to
It's hard to know which ones are the bad
all
ones.
he had for the people of these united territories.
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But His eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years ago, moments before I was supposed to give a speech. Not unlike this one, actually. Only I'd spilt coffee all down myself, and I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind, compassionate, sensitive, a brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man. This glorious, this shining beacon of
Thank you, Alex.
equality and
There'll be another
humanity
opportunity to steer public perception soon. It's really starting. You'll know when.
Despite his accomplishments, the future he forged, the boundaries he pushed, to me, he'll always be the man in his pants cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference. It is my great honour to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Should we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Now, Alex, control the message.
You two, come with me. Don't panic.
What do you mean control the message? You detonated a bomb, man.
Resisting! You saw! Not resisting!
Turn the camera off. National Night News. We have the right to be here. I said turn the fucking camera off.
Look at me. Look at me.
Hear you.
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yes. Medics are coming. You sit down.
No, I can't hear you. I'm from the National Nightly News.
Well, then you can consider this payback.
Julius Goldsbury! You were guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people! Justice demands a response!
Haven't you done enough? Look around you!
Fucking
This is what your precious freedom looks like, is it? Hold fire!
Everyone, rise up! Take to the streets, the time has come! Stop fires! Break windows, draw them out! They can't stop us all!
Lower your weapons!
Mom?
Lower your weapons now!
Centigrade authorization was granted. None.
It was unnecessary. Can't you see?
I said, please turn that off.
Shocking scenes from the capital there, exclusively on the National Nightly News.
Hmm.
And our apologies to any of our viewers who might have found this evening's events upsetting. But
Why are you not in the streets with us tonight? What will it take for you to get up and be a part of this? March on team headquarters, storm the building, demand elections, demand answers. Be what you were born to be, the once and future free.
don't go away. We'll be back after this.
I don't really think there's a good option
Well,
here.
If everyone's safe, for the crew okay?
All fine. The bomb was a good distance.
That didn't go so well, Alex. But we
Huh?
can turn it around in the next segment.
Yeah, there was a bomb, man. What do you mean that didn't go well?
Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're off to dangly fucking parts.
That's journalism, apparently. Can we get set for the next sequence?
A lock of hair and a cassette tape of yourself speaking correctly, and you too could join the privileged few.
Well, things are going pretty well for
You kept
us.
showing Julia being nice.
Through the roof. So we
She
thought
kept
we'd better
walking
celebrate and
onto frame with the bleeding out like
unnecessary
people.
collections and companion magazines.
It's hard to know where to cut.
And you could receive a private education, an unbearable sense of entitlement, and your own middle initials. And
You had to switch? I was switching.
also get this
It takes a second to know what the context of the scene is.
Cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the ear for at least 5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
All right.
You really can't afford to wait, even though you really
Megan,
can
this is your
afford
new
to
makeup
wait.
artist, Craig.
No.
The joy of privilege.
10 seconds, everybody. Sorry, Craig.
Megacore is no longer a corporation, but a large series of small legal.
Okay, we are
Craig
going
just got
in
fired.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolf. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, the notice board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radin. Tell me, why do you think the public love the notice board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people look at us and they say, those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA's secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good for people to see normal, authentic people like them on TV.
People like you.
Yeah, precisely.
Right.
Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So, the notice board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
It's a combination of
trying-
so many things.
I'm trying to
My
see if
hard
camera
work,
4 is the one I should be
my talent,
cutting to.
my look.
Wow, we really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey, hey, hey. You're welcome.
We've just heard our man's on camera 4.
I have a real sense of
Get back to the interview, Alex.
You know, a sense I've been entrusted with something precious and that I should use that platform for good.
Yeah, I think that's really important, that we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
That's exactly it. So I've decided to help as many underprivileged children.
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared. Next, you'll need to give them the go.
Is that better access to education, or reducing child poverty?
No, by adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay. How many children have you adopted?
Oh, we're well into the double figures now, Megan. I stopped
I-
counting in the late 30s.
Goodness, that is a lot of children.
Yeah, once we finish putting them into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Northerns, I presume so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shocking to think, actually, that only 1 in 10,000 children have a celebrity parent.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable, then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water, so actually, if anyone wants to, I'd happily trade.
Now that I can relate to. Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded.
Out the
and
window?
keep everything in perspective.
Yeah, it's a nice day out.
Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough for me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the notice board.
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do. Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura, it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course, I keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
I know, it's a disgrace. Somebody
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row, Alex. That will start the pincer movement. You might just pull this off. Push forwards! 3 boos, Alex.
3 boos!
It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
Yes!
Yes!
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifit classes were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to move it.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
Looks like all those lifting classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me, a strong and capable woman.
You did it, Alex.
Surely
We're
there's
good to
no
go.
alive strong enough to lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town? Hi!
Well done, Captain Evans. You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferret struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God! Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature. But really it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fate. Or my
Oops.
name's not Captain Danger Evans.
Oh shit,
The
wrong one.
community cohesion team are doing their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout!
Ah, it's the morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
That damn ferret has struck again!
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent, I have no idea how to solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fete.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well.
That was it, the final ever episode of the Notice Board, and what a way to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning, so don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow! What a brilliant run, eh? After party at my
He is
place,
the
eh?
yeah.
Yeah? Hey, I've got a new grill.
What advert is this, Alex? I don't remember passing it for broadcast. You made a mistake there.
I'm an economist and commentator.
Hey, you!
I'm so
You've
fired.
probably seen me on the news talking about Advance and how progressive their policies are. Well, I was wrong. And I'm here tonight to say I'm sorry. And
One last push, Alex. We're closing in. One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given. You'll get 3 chances. Get at least 2 of them right, and we're going to win this thing.
Huh?
It's happening, Alex. Tonight we take it back.
I always envied my
What did you want me
friends
to
who
do?
had so much more.
I was listening to this.
Over the years, my jealousy grew. So when Advance came to power, I
Gotta
didn't think
censor?
about the damage they would do.
What am I censoring?
I acted selfishly. I was glad to see the rich punished. I didn't see how backwards
They want me to
Advance were.
censor things
I
they're
didn't
doing?
understand that rather than tearing down the wealth
God.
creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition. It is poorer in aspiration. We are infantilized by Advance's naive policies.
Please, Sarah,
Policies
anything.
born
Sorry,
from
Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
absurd,
Hi,
redistributed
I'm Maddie.
fantasies.
Johnny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
I have whored myself out to the media to defend
That's
the
my shade, is it?
indefensible.
Yeah.
This is
I
my
have
shade.
betrayed my parents. I see that now. Mum, Dad,
You can run back to
I'm
Jenny now.
sorry.
Oh my god.
Our only hope,
Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you
the
can say.
only hope,
At all, like at all.
They said no one's died.
now
that's all I can
lies
say.
10
with
seconds.
Disrupt.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News.
Welcome
Later
back
in
to
this
the
segment,
National
we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Hello? Doctor? Yes, I see.
What
Thank
the
you
hell
for
is
being
this?
I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning, and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. darling John.
Oh, dearest John.
There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David Wong, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump.
Is it cancer?
Worse, oh John, we're having a baby.
Worse?
Oh, woe is me. Why has this happened to me? I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of
Safety in our tiny flat, we built a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked, we're having a baby. Now you can't have any wine at book club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree. And forget about that holiday in Territory 3. No more waking up at 10:30. In fact, you're never gonna get
The choreography is pretty good, man.
No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out to the pub. Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian chums?
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day at home,
The parasite won't leave you alone.
how he's grown.
We're our top priority.
I look after you, and you look after me. Ain't no trouble and strife, we got a childless life. No one wails and no one bawls. No one draws things on the walls.
A happy husband,
a wonderful wife,
we got a childless life.
we're having a baby. We're having a baby. Changing nappies daily. We're having a baby.
No more weekends.
I'm supposed to censor this for the revolution?
Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days.
That's later? Okay.
We're having a
Food and drink thrown everywhere. Death trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays to have childless babies.
We're having a baby.
No more spas and no more
We're having a baby.
18 years on bills and leaves. Time for a whole new phase. These
We're having a
childless
baby.
One more thing before the show begins. Have you considered that you might be having twins?
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us to their opening number from Elegy for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket in the Capital Theatre District, and will be touring the territories later this year.
Right then, come on, you got.
Come on down, let's go, don't be shy.
Hello. Hi, Megan.
Hi.
It's an honour to be here.
Oh, really? Are you fans of the show?
Yeah, it used to be.
Well, listen, let's get stuck in.
Used to be.
Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
With matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boreham Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. And you were
I'm
all
the
friends
youngest.
previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our
names all begin with J. How have we never noticed that?
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times, maybe?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it. And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples, you know, in real life as well as in the show.
Well, well, not exactly.
No. I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack. Jen, Janet, Jill, Jen, Janet, Jill.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing.
And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh god, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it? Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Mimbley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture, it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. Yeah. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing.
This piece isn't political.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
It's about children. And why you shouldn't have them. In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem. Terrible problem.
Having children.
Well, you understand, Megan.
You clearly agree. This isn't about me. Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives. And there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
You're very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one. Because
you're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge.
I don't really know.
Janet, please.
All of their agendas seem fucked up. Everyone's.
So could you just tell us what is the play about? What happens in it? Well, go ahead. It's a tragedy.
And maybe it's a code?
Obviously. Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair.
Oh, shit.
Becoming a target for children's TV advertising at the age of 22, she decides to take drastic action. I can't really say more, though. I probably said too much already.
It is a code.
Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might
I was
not
listening
see
to it.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are a blessing. Well, I've done the research, and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place, so...
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs.
Patrick Bannon.
It was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Live? What's happening? Tonight, I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles, for many better, actually. Was that a it looked like a Now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific events. Patrick, are you okay?
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating
in the newsroom.
Alcoholic attack tonight this evening.
Oh, no, sorry, if you could just stay where you are until the end of the show.
I have been found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I...
She just is not paying attention.
Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave, not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human.
Yes, no accolades here.
Any minute now, guys. We're going to do my final bit and then we'll get you out, okay?
So, is the situation now? Are we safe?
Yes.
On the auto cue for you?
From them.
Of course. What did you expect tonight?
And I would like to assure the public that although there have been some injuries, there were no civilian deaths here this evening.
By the news. Oh, come on, we shouldn't even be here. Look what's going on out there.
No deaths?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement, who were, as always, so cohesive. If I may, I have a message for your viewers. Be at home tonight. Do not.
Right, we're coming back soon, so quiet on set, please.
But.
Right, guys? Funny, right?
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength. Back to the studio. Megan, now in the studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon.
That went well. I thought that went quite.
The front line of tonight's horrifying bombing.
Darling, can you get this reported to a hospital?
Brings us to the end of tonight's National Nightly News. But before we go, one final thought. Throughout the programme tonight, we've been receiving reports of disrupt activity.
From our agents at the television networks risking arrest and getting those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters. As I speak, we are turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight we topple their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece, Channel 1.
Oh!
Time to wake up.
Well. Wait.
That would have you believe. The military have been actioned, and well, it's pretty scary out there tonight. So stay at home and stay with Channel 1, because the team has assured this programme that the turbulence will soon be over, and we can once again focus our minds on building a new future.
It's so close.
Fairness, and resilience for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
Crazy Neil.
Damn it, Alex. Tonight is the beginning of the fall of advance. Let's check 11 o'clock. Charges reached, sir. Permission to detonate. Permission granted, old friend. We are going to detonate. Look over your window, Alex. See what you helped make happen. She's coming down.
My job! I'm so gonna get fired for this. Okay. Hey, I got paid though. I mean, Crazy Neil's coming in dividends. Oh, my boss is not happy with me after all those terrorist messages. Wait, I actually want to hear the what the secret message was.
Broadcasting across the territories. Before we go over to join Megan Wolf and the team
So how
for
are the
National
kids?
Nightly News, there's just time to take a look at what's coming up later
Too soon,
on
QO.
tonight. At 6:30 p.m, it's Territory Trivia, where tonight.
I just want Jeremy back. Bring him back. Bring him home. we'll see him again, I'm sure. Do you love the game? I love the game. This game is so creative. Really, the most creative use of a FMV I've ever seen, to be honest. There's DLC too. Yeah, I've heard there's DLC. There's also a horror DLC. I mean, I'd love to see more from this team. Is this a new game? I think it came out 2 years ago. You should definitely play it, Hackerling. This is definitely up your speed. This took FMV further? Oh, yeah. I mean, every FMV game I've played till now has been like, you know, choose your own adventure level, like left or right, different ending outcome thing. But this like uses live, you know, recordings. It makes pre-recorded footage feel live, you know? Because it's like the whole point. And you can do so much more with that. It's also on sale right now, true. Because of the autumn sale.
Wednesday and Saturday.
Alright, let's see when the beeps were.
Which
I'm the youngest.
So peaceful.
I like this bit too.
The youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing.
This piece isn't political, is it?
No, no, absolutely not. It's about children. And why you
Oh, here we go.
shouldn't have them.
Unit, an eager to advance on target 22.
Terrible problem.
Having children.
Well, you understand, Megan.
Advance on the target 22.
Wow, this isn't about me.
Unit, eager to advance on target 20.
Very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one because
So she's giving this the messages.
It's not a badge of honor, Janet.
All right, we get the idea. Unit Eagle advanced on target 22. That's interesting. All right, shit's about to get real. Oh no. You arrive at work a little early despite a stressful journey, and you still aren't quite sure of everything that happened, though if the swarm of CCOs all over the building is anything to go by, this isn't just the Channel 1 matter. This is confirmed that you were informed you need to speak to Bozeman immediately and you're escorted to his office. A few minutes later, the boss man arrives disheveled and with a stern-looking CCO in tow. Ah yes, Winston, good. This is Specialist Abels. She will be observing this interview. Please, come inside and take a seat. The ruddy-faced man bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. The few times you've been here before, it was immaculate, with everything in its proper place. Not so today. So, Alex, do you know why you're here today? Bozeman's eyes are sharp and his gaze is fixed on your face from across the desk. Abels is standing behind you, out of sight, but definitely not out of mind. I assume to do with what happened with Disrupt last night. What happened last night was nothing short of the culmination of a heinous and outrageous campaign of terror that Disrupt have been reaping on this nation and its territories. Bozeman shoots a glance behind you to your left, where your CCO observer is standing. It is, of course, our duty to root out this rot wherever we find it, to prevent anything like this happening ever again. I've been asked by Advance to perform interviews with all staff members involved, and I'll be submitting a personal review of your performance, both during the incident in question and throughout your time here. Oh boy. The session remains stern. Just tell the truth, Winston, and this will all be over soon. Arranging some papers, Bozeman clears his throat and begins. Obviously, a lot happened last night, and I have a number of interviews to conduct today, so I'd rather not waste any time. Be brief, concise, and clear in your answers. So let's begin. Viewing the broadcast and work out through. After the attack at the memorial, you seem to be portrayed the terrorists in a quite sympathetic light. Why? I showed what was happening. That's our job, right? Yeah. So you're saying it couldn't be helped and you had to show the aftermath as you did. I'll be sure to make note of that. Funny how unauthorized footage always seems to find its way in your broadcasts. Bozeman scribbles some notes down the noise of his pen scratching onto the notepad, only by the constant tick-tock of his ornate clock. Hopefully this will all be over soon. Reviewing the broadcast, we noticed something a little odd about particular camera choice. It was while everyone else was talking. Oh, where did I put it? Yes, you recognize this. With a flourish, Bozeman produces the leaflet from the notice board and places it on the desk in front of you. I assumed it would be part of the set. Why else would have been there on camera? So you're saying the blame lies entirely with the crew on set? Oh, fuck. There's no way you could possibly use your own judgment to have determined it was suitable. You see or hear disapproving grunt from the CCO behind you. Typical Winston. We shall see. There was always one thing we noted during the finale of the notice board. Bozeman picks up the notes on the other side of the desk. You seem to play an odd choice of sound effects relatively early on. Now the script was expecting laughs, but there were 3 boos in a row. Why did you do that? I was under the impression I could pick freely. Did that change? I felt it was the most appropriate choice. Artist objective, after all. I did. It was a shit show. Yes, well, choices given to those show and they can employ sufficient judgment of good judgment. It may be need to review this policy, or at least who qualifies for it. You can see Bozeman is frowning as he adds to his notes. It may have been nice to have him on your side. I mean, he's been on my side until now. Towards the end of the show, there appeared to be some issues with the sensor equipment. At this point, Bozeman pauses for a moment, putting a lid on his pen and placing it carefully on his desk perpendicular to the notebook. How do you explain the fact that you censored perfectly acceptable language during the final segment? I just did what the display tells me. It would be a very strong coincidence that one of our key pieces of equipment were to develop a malfunction at the exact time Disrupt chose to attack. A disappointing but not unsurprising lapse of an incompetent employee seems much more likely. But I suppose we won't know until maintenance have had a chance to check it out properly. At this point, Bozeman takes out a pair of glasses and places them somewhat delicately at the end of his nose. Then the portly man leaned forward to examine his notes in detail. Now, obviously, we expect the odd bit of performance here and there unavoidable. However, he paused, turning the pages again. Interference is not the same as terrorist propaganda. Would you like to explain how quite so much of this messaging found its way on the airwaves? I'm so fucked. With everything else going on, I didn't realize. Oh, I don't know. Well, it's certainly true that accidents do happen, but it's an amazing coincidence how often they seem to have happened when you're around Winston. Bozeman's smile is anything but warm, and Abel's glances towards you with a stare that can only be described as glacial. A loud creak breaks this growing silence as Bozeman leans back in his chair. The tape of that poor Miss Brighton. Why did you play it? Help me understand. Why play that tape? As you meet his gaze, there's always surprise and earnest concern in the old man's face. I was worried what Disrupt would do if I didn't play it. That's what they want to hear. Well, at the end of the day, you chose to do it. I know I'd have done in your shoes. After all, you have a habit of playing tapes you shouldn't, don't you? He clears his throat and leans forward, staring at you for a moment. That is all I have had. That's, however, all I had for you. Okay. I think it's the information we need for now, Winston. Bozeman looks questioningly at the CEO. By the time you've turned around, the moment has passed. Best you just go home for now. There's no work for you until we get a new satellite tower up. But of course, don't leave town. I might have more questions after the interviews. Oh boy. Bozeman hates Crazy Neil. Newspaper falls to the floor, slipping out of your numb hands, the headline whirling around your head. This can't be true. How could this be true? Has it really been 2 months since that day? You find yourself back there, rushing back home after a particularly long and stressful day at work. You're already late, but if you had to keep the speed limit, there's no way you're going to hear the end of it. You could probably have shaved 10 minutes off the journey if you wanted. It's going to be mad either way, no point in speeding. I'm not gonna speed. It seems everything's against you this evening. You have to stop at every traffic light. It's well over 45 minutes late by the time you finally pull up to the house, only to see a Betterment parked vehicle outside still flashing. The CCOs are leading someone from your house to the van, your son's voice calling for you. Then the door is shut, and it's driving away, the spinning lights blinding. So, because I didn't speed, my fucking son's taken! Now you're in the break room. People at work have started avoiding you. Some of the show's crews started giving you funny looks. Bozeman's even been micromanaging less than usual. It's just a misunderstanding. It's all over soon. Charlie had loved Advance. From the go-getters, the Cohesion cadets, the Cohesion community managers, he was on track to become. You and Sam had both gone to see him at the Betterment Center last week, as soon as you'd been able. Even when he's been positive, making friends, explaining what the system was there to help people, and that he was actually able to do that while staying there too. That headline, 5 simple words in bold black tape. Disrupt terrorist, dies in Betterment. Winston was particularly violent, attacking a Betterment mentor. Died in the infirmary after failed attempts at resurrection. My mom? My son? How many children will they take from me? Probably the 2, because I don't think I have any more, but... Oh, God. I'm still working here? It's your anniversary, and this year you've got a plan. A week away could just be what the doctor ordered for you and Sam, but it won't be cheap. Yeah, Sam's worth every penny. All I have. That's a lot. We just lost all of our money. The last time you went away, it was an amazing weekend together, and this time it's going to be even better. And what better way to start it than by going all out into cooking a nice meal from scratch? Fancy. Even you and Chris seem to be on the same page for the first time in years. Chris? Who the fuck's Chris? Other son? Maybe it's been long enough for them to forgive you. Or perhaps they've decided they were unfair to ask you. Oh, the brother-in-law. But either way, you're grateful for the newfound peace. They even helped you clean up the house today so that when Sam gets back from work, it'll be pristine. As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed in the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex, what's all this? Oh my god, did you clean? And what's that smell? They give you a quick kiss as they step past you in the kitchen where the banquet is laid out. Candles lit with Chris standing quietly grinning. Happy anniversary, Sam. Happy anniversary, Chris echoes as Sam turns to you, smiling and with tears in their eyes. Alex is perfect. Sam rushes over and kisses you softly, only breaking off when you get a less than subtle cough from Chris. Just before I leave you to it, I took the liberty of leaving another couple of bottles of champagne in the fridge. Have fun, you two. Thank you. They smile at you for the first time in a long time with nothing but warmth in their eyes. My pleasure. I'll see you both around. Have a good evening. And with that, they leave, shutting the front door behind them. The slamming door reminds you of the kids, and for a moment their absence is physical pain. Sam brings you back to reality, and as you take their seat, you really didn't have to do this. I know, I wanted to. I love you too, they breathe, admiring the panoply of food you prepared for them. Now where on earth do I begin? They laugh as they pour the first glass of champagne on the evening. The bad dad run. I let my fucking daughter... Oh my god, how many years was that? Everything's ready. You and Sam's been trying to watch Bullet Man for years, and you missed it at the cinemas, and it never seemed to be in stock when one of you went to pick up the VHS. Now you're waiting for them to get home so you can start. You hear the front door open as you put a bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. Sam comes at the vacant stare, ignoring both film and snacks as they sit down next to you. You have to nudge them to break their stupor. I have just been let go from work. Sam is just staring into space. Apparently there isn't a need for 2 nursery teachers anymore. Not enough children. They just can't justify the expense. Those damn ovaries! No, you don't get it. There just isn't enough demand for younger years teachers anymore. Not just here, anywhere. I don't know what I'm going to do. What we're going to do. You pull Sam into a hug. I know things are tough. We'll think of something. How, Alex? We're barely scraping by as it is. That's because I paid for one anniversary years ago, and we've not made money back. Are you kidding me? Sam starts to sob. We're gonna have to sell the house. I can't believe this. That's actually ridiculous. One night of paying for a fucking anniversary. I let my mom die so that we would save money for the family, and it's all gone. I suppose you're right. Still, I hate the idea of losing this place. Think of everything that's happened here. They fall silent thinking. Eventually you start the film, but neither of your hearts are into it. Too busy thinking about the future. Still, the house isn't everything of the people who make it a home. The one left. I can't believe that. And it said manageable debt. Oh. Mr. Bear, what's that over there?
Hello, Winston. I've checked the schedule for tonight. Nothing particularly important to report, but I'm sure you'll manage to find some new way to disappoint me. Still, at least my daughter's in for Advance's new initiative. That should liven things up a bit here on the 15th floor. Try not to cause me any more headaches. Bozeman out.
Bozeman liked me once.
Expect catchy tunes and scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature, not one to miss. At 10 p.m, it's time for Julia's Diary, where the ever-popular Prime Minister reads extracts from her diary in front of a warm fire. Then, at 10:30, it's the latest episode of our drama series, Betterment, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and technicians struggling to help her shed her old habits and adjust to the new future. Strong language and themes of selfishness there, so not one for the kids.
Too much. Don't talk.
Incisors is at 11:15, and Dr. Adrian Atkinson
we don't
will be
believe it.
looking back
Right,
on
come and sit next to
Liberation
Mum.
Day by talking to
Believe in
several
what?
eyewitnesses
Just
and
days.
asking, how did it all go so right? That's followed by the Territory
Atta
Weather
girl.
Report, Advanced Briefing, and
10
pages from
seconds,
Terratext,
everybody.
now
All of
featuring
She okay?
16 simultaneous colours.
Explains so
What a
much.
time to be
Okay,
alive.
we are
Monday's
going
a
in
myth.
5,
First,
4, 3.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolf. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then, here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Drew in Humberset. To take our minds off things, me and my partner have been building this house for our hamster. It really does distract us from thinking about the 85% sterility rate. So next week, we're building Nibbles a tiny conservatory, a loft conversion, and a holiday home. Thank you for that. And if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things our viewers spot, or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Greg from Poddington has sent us this lovely photo of their breakfast, saying, I couldn't bring myself to eat my toast this morning because I could swear it bore the spitting image of the great Julia Salisbury's relatable face. So I had to make do with a plate of butter and 2 spoonfuls of jam. Do keep those coming in.
Julia Toast.
We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out.
Okay. Apparently, this is from Sherry in Tendon. Here I am, just 6 months out of Betterment. I'm healthy, sober and working thanks to the facilities I had access to on the inside. I'll never have to go back to my old life of stealing cars and burning down charity shops. I just wanted to share.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this for Stacey.
No, you're all right, thanks.
Come on, give it a try.
Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
Right, bit of a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the S effect buttons for the next segment, but advance have already selected when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
Oh boy.
No, Stacey, I just want you to try.
Oh, my bad.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare Theatre right here in the capital. We're going to hand over to Julia Salisbury. I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay, surprising vote of approval there from Stacey. Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Award.
I don't think I can do anything else, can I?
Of all the many duties I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant.
What if I just didn't hit anything?
As I so often say to you, the uneven past is now, following the demise of Disrupt, firmly behind us. This is the new future, and I say to you, it's better now. Excited to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Touchbadger. So, Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie? Is he all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh, could you turn it on?
He says it drains the battery.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that, yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
Yeah. We got it.
So,
The way he
Alfie,
ran.
what? You're 107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Oh, where is everybody?
Out there, in the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime
Oh,
Minister.
no! I was applauding him.
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, you're you know,
a woman.
Yeah, a woman. One of
Women
them.
can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you piss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
No, I didn't think so. 2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Oh, aren't you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that. So
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me mum and pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own entertainment out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But it weren't a dog. They told me it were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yes. So I called it Patch. which were a popular name for a dog back then on account of the king having a patchy face. And I decided to introduce him to pretty little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times, divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky. Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here, the weekly Territory 1 Team Awards. First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Hamble-Bamblebury, and she has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1.
Wow.
In the uneven paths, she'd have been locked up. Tonight, she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Snister.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Oh my God.
Right, got you. I mean, 2 sugars, please. And don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Oh. Well,
there he goes. Look.
I can't get the arms up any higher than that. You'll have to go down, love.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actors said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Well done. Daphne Snister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Crikey, don't hold back there. She's tougher than one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it. I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. It used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oh, what about my change? I've been in these wide pants for 3 days now.
We'll get to that, Alfie.
Oh, right you are, love.
Next up tonight is a couple from
Yeah, San Palermo's got hit by a nuke.
after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm.
I'm gonna get fired. I should
in
just
their
probably hit the
local
buttons,
area
huh?
for all the local children to play. Please
not like I'm really-
welcome Otho and Lobelia, Jackson Randy-Gannett.
I'm not really sticking it to the man by not pressing the button.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
Should we just grab them ourselves?
Probably for the best.
And his best mate was Smudger Ace. There was them 2. Fiddly Eric, Unstable Terry, and of course, Leggy Sydney. She were a girl, but she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us has ever seen close up. She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddly got shanked in Frankworth prison in an argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home. Sydney got a fatal skin condition. Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Thanks, Alfie. Great contribution.
Oh my God.
So, Otho and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
After we lost all our wealth, we discovered there were actually people who had never even owned a pony.
I used to have 3.
So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won.
Yes, but before we do, there's something I wanted to say to you.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
When advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
Well, you might as well have the rest of it, too.
Oh, security!
Oh God, not again. If I said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Bennies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
Yes, sir.
And you are? Oh, no.
Got to go. It isn't right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses, Benton, Defessel, and Hungwell. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up!
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop. Oh, here we go again. Hello, Alfie Tadge-Badger. Pleased to meet you.
Looking at Jackson Cool.
Stop them!
Oh.
Oh, don't worry, love. I'll protect you. Oh, 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 oh.
You better break them what he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s and we go to the promenade at Shining on Sea and watch all the pretty girls on the beach. Everything was black and white then, of course. We'd visit the Penny Arcade and lard to take home for the family. You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it. Oh, it was so much simpler back then. Boys were boys, girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circuses. There were loads of them, you see, circuses, with their big tents and their candy floss. You'd hear the music, the pipe organ, drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. Did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus. Oh, never mind. Yeah, just a tea, pet.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with fertility falling throughout the territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 disrupt collaborators in his own neighbourhood.
Ooh.
Since then, he's gone on to be a senior cohesion cadet leader and organised all of the entertainment at last year's Camp Cooperation. Our final winner tonight, Edwin Neverley.
Oh, Alfie Tadge-Badger.
You should be in a transition centre, you old nonk. Prime Minister. It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense. Prime Minister, you have saved this country. You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic, with an iron fist. As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
Ugh.
A year's internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. It's just what I've always wanted. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, Betterment is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And if they don't reintegrate, we retaliate. Just like you did on Liberation Night. Thank you for this award. And stay vigilant. Report the non-cohesives. Be a team player.
That concludes tonight's awards. Join me next week when, hopefully, things will be a lot more normal. Back to you, Megan.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful team awards ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's winners, Stacey?
The nurse was fucking scary, the pretees were saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Okay, well, succinctly put there, if a little profane. After the break, we'll be going live to a star-studded premiere. You won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after this. And we're out.
Oh, Alex, one other... What's that? You're off already?
What?
I know you had to take the day off work with uni, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theodore. I'm so sorry, darling. I'll speak to you later. Oh, Alex, completely forgot what I was going to say. Blast it all. Still, I'm lucky to have her.
Spiraling out of control into some kind of tragic comic disaster.
Yeah, that. It's just like having him back in the chair.
Is he okay?
Laughing. I think he is.
Jeremy, are you watching us?
Are you receiving us?
Are you fucking with us?
Oh, right. So she can swear.
Jeremy. Jeremy. I want Jeremy back.
Faster than ever before. We have more time to focus on our inner lives, for leisure, for art. We have less stress, and we are healthier than ever. Our new future is secure. We are strong together, as a community, a team, safe from the divisive despots beyond our borders for whom cohesiveness is an alien concept. Every day, across these territories, neighbours support neighbours, and friends reach out to friends, strengthening and protecting each other through cooperation, through unity, as one.
10 seconds, everybody.
Advance.
What have you been up to?
Always together.
And we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. Stacey's still here.
Wishing she wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the world premiere
No way,
of
Patrick's...
The Automated,
he's gone.
starring Lawrence Blunderclatch and the late, great Helena
Blunderclatch.
Canterbury Boatshoe. And all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition and premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
Wow.
I can't deconstruct it.
Captain?
I can't deconstruct it. Robots!
Is this a wig?
You think I don't grow that?
No, Dick, I'll kill you. Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison!
Huh?
I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby. If only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, Dick, you said.
Got one on you.
God damn it, lost it all!
Here's a map.
What's a map? Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a tricky 3-point turn at Uranus. What are these symbols? This corner, this is the key.
We could shut it down.
Yes, we could shut it down! But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
The robots were all right, I guess.
They certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe has got the star of the show. Robin.
Right, you, shall we?
Yes, we are live from Western Square with a man who needs no introduction, Lawrence Blunderclatch. How has your evening been so far?
Magical. Absolutely magical. My most dear friends all gathered here to celebrate my work. One really couldn't ask for much more, could one?
Well, on that note, with award season just around the corner, are you hoping to add to your collection for a third time?
Well, I really couldn't say. But if the association deigned to honour me for a fourth time, so be it. It's really not for me to say. But let's just say that I know of 3 little gold men who are getting rather lonely.
It's interesting. They're like, there's not a lot for us to do anymore. I think just because
more deserved than the last. Well, it's safe to say that your
the
career
government
has gone
doesn't
supersonic
give any
in the last
creative
couple of
like
years. How's that been?
liberty. You just
Well,
gotta
I was
obey.
saying to Stephen only yesterday. That's Stephen Spellman. The Stephen Spellman. Lovely chap. I mean, unbelievable mind. I said, Stephen, you know, this really has been quite the ride. And do you know what he said? He agreed with me.
Wow. And what do you attribute your success to?
Well, if we're talking actual
Do
numbers,
we not
I'd
want
have to
Revolution
say
hard enough, or is it doomed to fail? I think it was doomed to fail.
Talent, 30%.
I mean, they
looks, and 10%
nuked
passion.
like 5 cities, so I don't think a
Not to
homegrown
mention
revolution was gonna do it.
incredible
Snack pack, thank you for the 44 months.
That really was the start of it all. That and my own range of sick bags.
Yeah, this is dull, huh?
Lawrence's chum to catch.
Wow. Who could forget? Well, it's been a delight talking to you, as always. Thank you so much. Well, Patrick Bannon should be with Lil C for a conversation that doesn't involve vomit. Patrick!
Thank you, Robin. Let's hope not. I'm actually joined here
Patrick.
by
Billy Bob Jean Short, and surely you recognize my youngest, pop sensation, Lil D. Her Lil C covers album drops next week.
Actually, we were expecting Lil C.
What happened to Lil C?
She's around. She's not been feeling very well. She's put me in charge.
Has she?
Well, the courts have. They gave me stewardship over her estate, her finances, and her internal soul. Praise Craglar!
Praise Craglar.
Praise Craglar.
But is she coming just because we've got some questions for her?
Well, she might be along later, but as her legal and spiritual guardian, I'll be happy to answer any questions on her behalf.
And Lil D, was it? Well, you look great.
Oh, thank you. You know what? I feel great.
Well, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Lil C, and you could be too.
Really?
Lil C's new line launches tonight. This is one of my favourite looks. It's called
Oh, what a unique name!
Hard to spell though.
But of course, Lil C is basically fashion royalty now with a veritable clothing empire to her name.
Yeah, well, the label's gone from strength to strength since our initial TV launch on this very show, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So really, we have all you to thank for all this. You know, this hat cost more than my second jet. Feel that? Feel that?
Yes, it's a nice hat.
Person.
And Forbes magazine has named me the youngest self-made success story ever.
And do you have any advice for anyone wanting to follow?
This person.
Absolutely. All you need to succeed on your own is your family's financial backing and pre-existing fame. It's not rocket science, people.
So we're just back to the
Am I right that Lil C's
ultra
going to be
rich
retiring from
elite
music?
situation that this
Yeah,
government
I'm afraid so.
started in.
I'm sure you can imagine. At 25, she's far too old for pop music now. She can't keep up with these young stars. So her best of album is out now, and she's touring that later this year. And then her farewell tour the year after that. And
Yeah,
that's her last
Aminal
chance
Farm.
to see her. So until the reunion tour and then the classic tour after that. But it's been a long and varied career, as you can imagine. She's very, very proud of herself.
Oh, and if her health's bad, then maybe it's for the best.
What's wrong with her health? Oh, yes, her health. Her poor health. And it's surprisingly expensive treatments. Curse you, Zaytan! Damn your intergalactic
Zaytan!
justice!
We can all agree on that at least.
Yeah. Well,
back. Those babies aren't going to sell themselves, or possibly at all. Billy Bob, Lil C, D, thank you so much for joining me, and do pass our best wishes to Lil C.
Who? Oh.
Now, it looks like Robin is with a music legend who actually is irreplaceable. Is that who I think it is, Robin?
It absolutely is, Patrick. Jesus, how are you?
Yeah, you know, I'm good. I'm great. No thanks to you, silencing me, silencing the truth.
Are you referring to your attempt to incite violence against the democratically elected leaders of this country on live TV?
Jesus was right all along, guys.
Exactly. And instead of being held a visionary, my management and agent, they all dropped me.
Oh, no.
You can't break me when you didn't make me, you understand? See, I'm the voice, I'm the hope. You can lock me up, call the doctors, but only the moon can judge me.
So, what have you been up to since your team cut ties with you?
True.
You know, keep building, keep moving. I'm actually working on a track right now. Written, recorded, directed, all by myself.
Can we hear a bit of it?
What now?
I know I'd love to hear it, and I'm sure the people at home would love to as well.
Yeah, sure, of course. Give me the mic. Yo. The news tried to shut my mouth, but it won't be long until they go south. Because my name's Big J and you can't stop me. See, no censorship can stop me.
Wait, you guys got an ad? He got censored again. That's amazing.
Did you just rhyme me with me?
No! Daddy promised this wouldn't happen again. You're supposed to clap and say, well done, Julian, well done.
Well done, Julian.
Thank you. Now, ask me a polite question and I'll walk away nicely.
Okay, is it true that you're heir to a hotel chain?
What? Where did you hear that?
And that you're very much alive parents are currently on the run for massive financial hoarding. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you trying to censor me? Oh, Jay's us there, who really does seem to be going from strength to something. There are just so many stars here tonight, Megan. It really is the who's who of...
And what's his name? Eli Watercar.
I'm going to see if I can grab a moment with someone rather special. I hope you're not too jealous, Megan. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. But I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Oh, go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
No, you're right, I don't like your opinions. But thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick!
It's absolutely buzzing here, Megan. The anticipation is killing us. But a little birdie's told us that any moment now, we should get a glimpse of someone incredibly popular with our viewers.
Jeremy.
A favourite destination for many of the fans. Yes, the Mayor of Bumley will be arriving literally any second now.
That's what you say. Everybody's a little bit fake,
I'm
Stacey.
fucking not.
Stacey
is something else.
Fuck's sake, come.
Patrick Bannon, NNN. What's it been like since Bumley got so popular?
Well, it's been wonderful. The tourism numbers have exploded thanks to the marketing campaign. Investors have ploughed millions into the town. We've got more Bumleyan jobs. It's brought more Bumleyan homes. We're all very grateful. Of course, it's not all bums and roses. It's almost impossible to get a good look at the hole these days.
Oh no, the hole! The old Bumley hole's been all covered up, it is.
And how have you found public service?
Well, to be frank with you, it's been the greatest honour of my life to serve the town that I love so dearly. From the banks of the graceful Taint to the quiet elegance of the vomit-soaked car park outside the 24-hour petrol station. It's been a privilege.
A pleasure, a gift, and I can't thank the mayor enough for all he's done.
Let's talk to the mayor now. Excuse me, sir. Can you tell us a bit of what it's like to be elected to such a prestigious
Ratings
office?
going through the roof.
And do you have any words for your legions of fans out there? Stoic, but blistering honesty from the Right Honourable Peanut T. Fortescue there. And his PA.
A proclamation. Quickly, fetch a policy bag.
Proclamation.
Yes, sir. We'll get it ratified at once.
Well, there you have it, Megan. What an honour to literally see local government at work there. I'm still in shock. Back to you at the studio.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing night. They certainly know how to make an entrance, I hope. And the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it, because despite Boris Horsey in Hours magazine calling it Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note, in a review which ends with the words, and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through, the film, which is free to all residents of the territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen anything unusual there?
Thanks, Megan. Well, will you settle for the territory's most eligible bachelor?
Jeremy.
5 years ago, Steve Saxon was an unknown. Then a series of incredible performances in acclaimed productions, from Hamlet's Jam to the curious rise of Algernon Ding Dong, made him the most wanted man in drama. He's been voted sexiest man under 25 for 3 successive years. Now, let's see if he'll talk to the NNN. Excuse me, Mr. Saxon. Steve, have you got a moment to spare to talk to the NNN?
Oh, hi, the NNN. You know, your show
No.
gave me my first chance at an audience.
That's
Raw
the-
me, Steve 1.0.
That's the maths important guy?
Even then, everyone could see there was something so special about you. The whole thing is burned into my mind.
A moment is the very least I can give your amazing viewers in return.
Not that we're actually going anywhere. Where is she?
Are you going to introduce us to your date?
But of course, this
I'm
is...
Charlotte Winstanley Hamilton. I was in Hey Friendship too. You know, that scene you burned into your mind. I was in that.
No. Sorry. Don't remember you at all. Are you sure you were in that?
Yes, I was the pretty one. Tell her, Steve.
Looks are really important.
Well, if you say so, Steve. So it's been a big year for you. I believe you've been tackling the Bard.
Yeah, so I've been working with an enfant terrible called Quentin Sucker Punch. We've been doing all the Shakespeares.
Crikey, all of them.
Yeah, so we shoot one a week.
Cricky.
I play all the parts, so I learn them at the weekend and then we shoot them naked in his steam room. The lighting in there is really good.
Sorry, did you say naked?
Yes, well, he is. I'm in a variety of hats. It's an old theatrical tradition.
I had a single out. It was called Look at Me.
And you did that advert, didn't you, babe?
Is that your dental floss?
And the sex tape, of course.
Steve! I don't like to talk about that. Although apparently it's available for $11.99 everywhere. Just ask your newsagent.
So, what is your favourite Shakespeare play then, Steve?
Ooh, I like the wordy one.
It's starting soon. I'm going to miss the trailers, and we haven't even got any popcorn yet.
She'll be here.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, guys. What took you so long? There was an injured pigeon. I'll explain on the way in.
Now, of course, I remember you from that legendary first appearance.
Really? Her too?
You were such a serious little thing. You had that horrible sister.
Yes, that was me. I'm the horrible sister.
Don't be so hard on yourself, babe. Looks are really important.
Thanks.
So,
Maths is
what
really
have you been
important.
up to, Harriet?
Actually, last year I was overseas bringing art to the starving children from outside the territories. They may not have food, but they can still have Canada.
Good for you.
And now I'm in an experimental physical theatre piece about the existential angst of Wicker.
Amazing. So artsy.
We do it above a pub on Thursdays.
I was also the girl who got murdered in the bath in Night Slasher 3.
Haven't seen it.
But she was brilliant.
Thanks, Steve.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Shah,
Working overtime here, guys.
I really need a tinkle.
Oh my god, you need the loo now? We're going to completely miss the trailers. You were so selfish. Sorry.
We've got to go.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much for talking with us and enjoy the movie.
Thanks. Love the NNN.
I love you guys. Stop showing off. Sorry.
Oh my God, Megan, I can't believe that. Steve Saxon, Harriet Winstanley-Hamilton, and someone else, can't remember her name for the life of me. I'm too starstruck, if I'm honest. I think I've just come. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Robin. Lucky you, and enjoy the movie. The Automated opens in cinemas.
That wasn't a
across the
censor?
territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, hey, Stacey?
Who cares? No one goes to the cinema these days.
I need to buy some dental floss.
After these messages. I still go to the cinema.
You should get yourself a video recorder, like the one
Oh!
at home.
My bad.
Yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
You're right, it's better. No unevens chatting and chewing all the way through.
Oh, what about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public? What's wrong with you?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better?
Got to get set up for heat rash. Big Ronnie's on something. And there he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
And just like that, you shouldn't.
What are the secrets of your recent past? How well do you know your neighbor? How well do you know the people down the road?
We seem to be a bit bunched up at this end.
Oh, don't worry. It's so much better.
It's what now?
So much better.
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello. Hi.
This is her. This is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Ronnie.
Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room.
Whatever.
Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room? Hmm? No. No what?
Huh?
No.
Is unburden me about euthanasia core. Oh my god.
10 seconds, everybody.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Bring in 5, 4, 3.
Oh god.
Welcome back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan,
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny. Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's so co-pretty.
He's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Mum.
And you must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
It stands for team player.
I see. How long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Pronos was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No co-Ronnie.
Yeah, no co-Ronnie.
Sorry, what does no-co mean?
It's the opposite of SoCo.
Fuck's sake. SoCo.
Yeah.
So cohesive. You pretees say cool.
Right, okay. Thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So, you guys met through a popular show on one of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
So, how did that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And, yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
It's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it.
So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually,
to
I
perform.
write the songs.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah.
Mom.
What?
No-co. Pretty, so no-co.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
What? What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
What, you mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go-Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
But, sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board, no?
Thought you were Soko.
Yeah, I am Soko.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's
is...
a pretty, Mum?
Well, I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you preties.
Unevens.
Mimis. Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
Well, I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
Is that so?
Mimi.
Yes, obviously.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent, no-co pricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
Soko, Stacey. Soko.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, let's get on these stools, lads.
Right.
Nolan.
So, Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you are.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart.
Tomato, thank you for the
excited,
27
Stacey?
months. Criken streams
Not
are
for me,
Soko.
no.
Thanks, man.
I only listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore.
Ooh.
Pop music is...
Oh yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh?
Oh,
Keep
God.
a shot on whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
I saw you standing by the menu center with a brand new pair of Lakers, baby. Do you remember? You took the first of the pieces of my heart.
We wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka and stang. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag.
I gave you little pieces of my heart. I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington Smith. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I don't want you to pay.
This fucks, dude.
Crazier than Neil today.
We sat there shaking all the way through incisors.
We held each other as things fell apart.
Which one's your guys' favorite?
We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and
I
rolled
think,
up
yeah, Nolan's pretty SoCo. But looks are important. I think Chin for me. Chin's SoCo.
I didn't know the life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the
I cannot tell which one was those singing.
Share the new future as my bride. Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times you have cried. As my old man used to say, blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Make me crazier than Neil today. And now I'm staring at your membership card. There's your picture beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart
and leave them in the uneven parts.
Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil.
Neil.
Crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil today.
Who's that? Oh.
Wow.
Megan in the Darkness.
Fantastic. Thank you, Newsflash. That was actually really good. Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight. And I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now, I have no idea what she's going to say.
Oh boy.
So, fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room, just in case. Take it away, Stacey.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. I don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore. But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected 6 years ago, I was 9 and in a home. Not a family home like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad. Drugs and alcohol were everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff, okay? Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. We had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time talking and working with the bullies. And you know what? A second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. Life, my life, got better. Because finally,
there was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go-Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the importance of being in a team. So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer, but what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of your own who love you. And I'll never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Wow, thank you, Stacey, for that. Thank you, Stacey, for that.
Stand by.
Tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Is that all right?
Yes, that was more than all right.
Nicely done. I think you might have actually given them something to think about.
So I guess
What did I just do?
you're going to be taking me back to the home now then?
I was thinking we could go out somewhere and, I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options, if that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
Thank you.
So they're always there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
She's growing on me.
Yeah, she does that.
Interesting. So yeah, like I really appreciate there's like really fucked up stuff that's objectively horrible, but there's also another side to all of those, like the whole Stacey scene there, which was really well performed. She nailed that. That was an amazing monologue. And so I think it's cool that the story is set up to like be able to kind of walk both sides, you know? Two sides to everything sort of thing. They did kill my kids though, so my character says, fuck all that. I'm siding with the revolution. All right, boss is happy with me. Ooh, well, guys, I think we might pause here, and I'll pick it up another day. Hold on, let me turn it down. Because we've gone about 5 hours now. I want to know how much is left. Because there's DLC as well. You're so close. Am I close? Hey, Cypri. Main story is one more broadcast? Oh. Alright, fuck it. We'll finish it then. Alright. Let's finish this. Yeah, we can do a DLC another day. Can we have a pee break? Yeah, we can have a pee break. All right, quick break, everybody. And uppance come. All right, quick pee break. I'll leave you guys with this banger, okay? Moral Crisis Night with Criken. All right, let's do it. Once you can find yourself sitting in Bozeman's office, everything is pristine and orderly, just how the fastidious man likes it. So it's rare for him to be late. The door opens behind you, and just as you start to imagine the reasons why, Alex, thank you for waiting. It's been almost 6 years since you started working with us, Alex. A lot has happened in that time, from the unfortunate incident with Mr. Donaldson to the disruptive attack on this very building. He pauses to look at you. Well, you've done some pretty good work in that time. I just wanted to say keep it up, but also that you'll need to work a bit harder if you want to go anywhere in Channel 1. Okay. Capital, in which case, best get to it, eh? The dismissal of the voice is clear, and you head back to your studio and get back to work. Yeah, last broadcast I really didn't do much. There's not really much more for me to do. It's late. It's been snowing all day, and unlike everybody else, you stayed inside as much as possible, keeping warm. Normally you enjoy the snow, but today it's been nothing more than an irritant. Still, tomorrow you've got the day off and might actually be able to enjoy it. Sam always gets excited when they see the snow. When they were younger, they'd always wrap the kids up and take them out to play in it. It's been a while since that's happened, though. The new place doesn't feel quite as cozy, especially as you can't afford to put the heating on. I have a manageable debt. That means heating. Sam bustles in from the cold, carrying some groceries. Use a hand, please. Lots of stairs from here to the car. Their arms are full, but they're clearly struggling to get everything in the kitchen. Then, you've been at work all day, and they spent much of it at home. Oh, like I'm not gonna help my partner? As you rush over to help with them with their bags, Sam shoots you a grateful smile. I got most of it. There's just a couple more left downstairs. You head out, getting most of the way to the lift before you remember it's out of order. When you grab the bags, you realize Sam has picked up everything to make fajitas, your favorite. Oh, thanks, Sam. You forget the weather and the unpaid bills as you cook in your delightfully tiny kitchen, laughing together like you used to. For the first time since moving in, you think as Sam flicks sour cream across the table at you, you're making happy memories again, despite all of our dead kids and no money. Oh god. It's been over 13 years since your dad died. You visited his grave a few times since then, normally during times of stress, or when you're trying to figure something out, or when you just want some peace and quiet. You feel Sam's hand on your shoulder giving you a reassuring squeeze. You're grateful that they're still with you. Just having them by your side always seems to make things easier. The Kava raven catches your attention as it flies away. A parent should never have to bury their child, particularly Charlie, who never even had a chance to grow up. He had so much potential, so many dreams, so much he wanted to do. It's not fair. Susie, poor Susie. But you wouldn't have given to have her back even just to argue with her. She just wanted to explore the world, so curious, so full of life, until Liberation Night. Everything changed then. Your relationship with Chris has always been a bit up and down, but of late you seem to actually be getting along. It makes a nice change, but it's certainly made life easier with Sam. She may be in an albeit expensive care home now, but it's still comforting to know your mother is around. What? I thought we shipped her off! What you mean I've been paying for Mom? I actually don't know how that happened. You pressed the wrong option. No way. I picked the right one. That's where the damn deck came from. You turn away and wander in the direction of the car. You can't control life, what happens, who lives and who dies. All you can do is to keep going and see what gets thrown at you next. What is life if not a series of little decisions that define us? We'll never know which ones could take the other way. Damn. Life's like a choose-your-own adventure game when you think about it. It's like a Goosebumps book, yeah. Oh shit.
Alex, good evening. That time again. Best not to focus on the problems and all that. Let's just get started. But just so you know, the problems with your equipment continue unabated. Locked buttons, screens flickering on and off, sparks and the like. I'm sure you'll manage without issue. Oh, and don't forget, you've got free reign of the SFX buttons now. Make sure to use them to keep the show lively. Cheers.
Thanks, boss.
At 11 p.m, it's Lil C's Lil Chats. And tonight, the former singer is asking Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey what he's been up to since the cancellation.
Time to shine, cracks knuckles.
It's mainly jigsaws and arson. At midnight, it's the full territorial weather, fertility,
What have you
and
got
birth
me?
report, and that's followed
Nothing,
at 12:20 by the Clonfillinogh
No, come on,
Valley
seriously.
Male Voice
Not even a
Choir,
cake.
debuting
Sorry,
their first
no.
professional performance of the new
Okay.
territorial
No worries.
anthem to bring tonight's programming
How
to a
old are you then,
suitably
Cole?
uplifting
Okay, here we
close.
go. Big
So
smiles.
I've actually
But now
gained a
on
year.
one,
I
it's time to
celebrated
hand over
44
to
last
Megan
year.
and the
It's actually
team
this year.
for the nightly show.
Brilliant.
You're 44. I'm going in 5, 4.
Oh, that's fucked.
3.
Good evening and welcome
Spice
to
it
the
up with some audience responses, Alex.
I'm Megan, and I'm joined, as always, by the inimitable Robin and Patrick. How are we?
Well, we have got so much going on tonight. I'm excited.
I'd say I'm about a 12, Megan, on the excitement scale.
Yeah, exactly. We have got so much SoCo stuff coming up. We sure do. We have celebrity chef Jordan Brankley, who will be cooking up a storm.
We'll be announcing the winners of our big competition, Visions of the Future, and we'll be joined by a very special guest for a game of Wheel of Truth. And I'll even be showing you how to make your own Leader's Day Day gifts. We've got all of that and so much more tonight.
It's broken.
On the Nightly Show.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
Let me do my job! I have creative freedom. You told me that. Patrick. Barbara. Lord Cheeks. What the hell is going on here?
Right, let's have some applause on the way into the next section.
Cases by Chef Jordan Rankley. But
Oh.
first, we know you love them, so Robin's going to give us an update on our lovely Nightly Show pets in Pet Corner.
Fine, suit yourself.
I did it, boss!
First up, we have our hamster, Lord Cheeks. Now, he's a squat winter grey with the scientific name Adipem stultus, and he lives here with us in this cage. Hamsters love hoarding, and they actually have special pouches in their cheeks for storing food. He loves carrots, apples, and chewing tobacco. Now, hamsters are nocturnal, so we'll do our best not to wake him up. But let's just see if we can... Oh. Well, the door has been left open. It looks as though Lord Cheeks has actually gone for a little wander. But I'm sure he will be around here somewhere. In the meantime, let's say hello to our tortoise. Now, after last month's viewer vote, she is now, of course, called Slow Barbara. And don't panic, even though it's December, Babs here doesn't actually hibernate. Let's say hello. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, Babs. Oh. Those are our Nightly Show pets, Megan, both alive and well. Back to you.
Are you taking the piss now?
We'll check in on or some very similar animals at the same time tomorrow. Now then, I hope
Are
you're
you
hungry,
taking
because if
the
not,
piss
you're about
now?
to be. Patrick Bannon is with Chef Jordan Rankley, and they're going to be showing us how to knock up a delicious apple pie. It's time to go into the kitchen.
Don't forget the SFX buttons.
That's right, and I'm joined here by Chef Jordan Rankley. Welcome to the Nightly Show kitchen. How does it compare to the kitchens you're used to?
I love the colours. It's vibrant. It's fresh. It's a shame about all the arseholes. Yes?
Sorry?
What?
So, you own 6 restaurants. You've been awarded 9 Ballon Massifs across your career, and you've worked alongside the best chefs in the world. Tonight you've got me. Oh, are you worried?
Am I fucking worried? Are you worried? Are you fucking worried?
Yes. So, what are we making today, Chef?
So, we've got a family over for Leaders' Day. Yep. They're hungry. We're going to make them a delicious apple pie.
Ooh, lovely.
It's got sweetness, it's got the acidity of the fruit, and then get the richness of that pastry. Incredible.
Wow, okay, so where do we start?
So, we've got to start by making our filling. So, we've got about 1 kilogram of fresh cooking apples here. Fucking beautiful. And we're going to slice these up perfectly. Yep. And then straight into the pan.
Your new show, Demon Kitchen Heart Eater, starts on Friday here on Channel 1. So, tell us about that.
So, teams of young chefs come into my kitchen, and one by one I destroy them emotionally. And if there's time, I teach them some basic knife skills. Fuck me, Patrick. What are you doing?
What?
Shit. Is that how you cut? Fuck, you'll lose a fucking finger.
Oh, don't worry, I've got spares. Right, so once we've done that, we set these aside whilst we make the pastry. Yeah?
Yep. Bowl. Yeah? Okay. Sugar, butter.
Yep.
We mix that together, and then a whole egg.
Yeah. Okay, egg.
What are you doing, you fucking donkey? Are your brains the size of that fucking egg?
Oh, no, Chef.
No. Shit. Right. Mix that with a wooden spoon and work in that flour, okay? Work that into a nice ball of dough, just like that.
So, what does the notoriously fierce Jordan Rankley do to unwind?
Shit the bed.
Yeah.
What's that? What is that?
Well, it's a bit lumpy.
Lumpy? It could fucking pass for a sack of spuds. Touch that. Touch it. Yeah? Pathetic. That goes into chill. Now, we're mixing our filling. Apples, sugar, cinnamon.
So, you own 6 restaurants across 5 territories. Which is your favourite?
Are you mixing that or fucking it?
What?
Are you going to light a candle? Take it out to dinner? Fucking mix it for fuck's sake. Right, now we're rolling out 2/3 of our pastry. God. Bit of flour into the dish.
And the filling goes next, right?
Absolutely right.
Oh.
Lovely.
Okay.
Then we're taking the remaining pastry, rolling that into a round, and that goes on the top. Beautiful.
Okay.
Right. Brush a bit of water around the rim.
Right. Yeah.
Beautiful. Now press gently all the way around. And we're cutting 5 slashes very carefully for the steam. And then brushing the whole thing with a beaten egg.
Okay. Ta-da! What do you think?
Oh my God. You, come here, you. That's a disgrace. I'd rather jam my eyeballs up my fucking arse than look at that. I'd rather use my tongue to tie my shoes after a fucking shit-kicking contest, do you understand?
Then it goes in the oven for 45 minutes.
Oh, put your fucking head in the oven while you're at it. Useless. You! Come here, you! You're the worst fucking thing to happen to food since cyanide. Do you know that? I tell you what. Fuck off! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck off!
Okay, well, while I do that, let's go now to Megan and Robin, who will be announcing the winners of our competition, Visions of the Future.
I think you might be using those sound effects a little too much there.
What?
Wow, that looks delicious. If you want to follow along at home, then make sure you write in with a stamped addressed envelope and we'll send you the fact sheet. So, Robin, look at all these amazing entries to the Vision of the Future competition.
Yes, we challenged you to show us your predictions of the future, and we were just inundated with entries, weren't we, Megan? From wacky inventions to global problem solving, they are all amazing, and we had the best time looking through each one.
It was so tough narrowing it all down, so we have some amazing runners-up. In 3rd place, drum roll please, we have Hamish, who's 3 from Lunwelly. He calls this Still Life and the Future of God, and it really blew us away. Just look at the line work here, and I can really feel every passionate stroke of the brush.
If you look here, you'll see a beautifully rendered, what I thought at first was a smiley face, or perhaps a cat. But I think if you really look, you'll see it's actually a representation of the seeming futility of death through the eyes of the living.
Indeed. He's also chosen to just leave a lot of it blank, which I think is really interesting. If you know Hamish and his work, of course, he loves focusing on the negative space rather than the image itself.
Stunning, absolutely stunning, and such talent from one so young, Megan. But next up, we have our 2nd place entry. So in 2nd, drum roll please, we have Keith, 41 from Dungleys. Yeah, Keith, we were sort of aiming this towards our younger viewers, but still, he has sent in his idea of the future, which he's calling Ravaged Earth.
Indeed, he says, and he's really rather detailed notes, deprived of basic resources, society will resort to a brutal system of weekly battles to the death, where only the victor may breed. He also says at the bottom here, either that or about the same, but maybe a bit worse.
I really love his attention to detail. You can see the sort of gladiatorial arena, and then what I can only assume is Keith himself pulling off this chap's head and shouting, come back to me, Linda. Oh, Keith, Maybe if you spent more time outdoors and less time entering children's competitions, she might not have left.
Special one there. And finally, of course, it's time to reveal our winner. All our runners-up will receive a day out at an inflatable Happy Land on an industrial estate just off the A40. Sorry about that, Keith. But our lucky winner will win the chance to spend the day at the Department of Change to see how our teammates are actually making the new future a reality every day. And the winner is, drum roll please. It's, I'll help you with that. You're 8 years old and you are from Smugly. We absolutely love your picture here. People's Parade. You've got People's
In the
Parade.
6 years since he's been gone, I started to wonder if he was the only thing keeping the brakes on the team. And I'm wondering if Julia Salisbury realises that when she reflects on his passing. Or worse, that she knew all along. Because then, of course, it's not reflection, it's motive.
Hey, this one seems to have gone a bit haywire in what I can only assume is an ominous sign of things to come. Lovely, Nina.
Well, if our winners have inspired you to make some artwork of your own, do keep sending them in. And yours could be displayed in our gallery here.
Well done again to everyone who took part. We're going to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll be playing the Wheel of Truth and making some lovely homemade gifts. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
That's the break.
Right. From what I can tell, the vision mix is getting even worse for wear, Alex. I expect things will be more challenging in this next segment. So be careful. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Not like what we're putting out actually matters anymore.
I'm on the bus. Not tonight. I'll get cars arranged for you both. Find me when you're done and I'll take you out through the loading bay.
However, by a massive 9% fertility rate here in Territory 2, who saw an unbelievable 191 births today. Though a nasty cold snap brings bitter winds overnight, so not all sunshine and rainbows. No rainbows in sight over Territories 3 and 4, as a Category 2 storm warning means we advise our residents to spend their leaders' weekend indoors. Though we're sure the happy parents of the 12 new children in Territory 3 will be thanking their lucky stars for an excuse to stay home.
12.
Though, of course, nothing to do with stars. More of a hot air, cold air thing. Next, this front of warm smiles heads across Territory 5, who are still under a blanket of snow.
We're being stretched again.
Surely there'll be celebratory snowmen there tonight, as they also hit an impressive fertility peak of 23 new arrivals. And finally, an honourable mention to our team members of T7, with a stunning result showing 146 births and clear blue skies.
Yes,
Though be sure to grit your driveways, as we will hit freezing temperatures overnight.
Nature is healing.
And that's all for your daily forecast tonight. As always, we'll be bringing you a more specific rundown of the numbers in your area later this evening as you join your regional news team in your territory. I'm Dahlia Flywell, wishing you and all our precious little team members
We're going in
a good
5,
night.
4, 3.
A bit more audience reaction would be nice, Alex.
We were just saying we can't wait to taste
Fuck off, Bozeman.
I don't know, I think I could wait.
Well, here it is, fresh out the oven. Well, it does look amazing. Jordan, how did our Patrick do?
Well, let's just say that pie's got more crust than my grandmother's arsehole.
Oh! Well, thank you for that. Well, come on, try it. Dig in. Yeah. Okay. Whew.
Oh my God.
Oh Lord.
And a little glass of comfort for Robert, I think.
But now you better go and get ready for that next feature. Every night we play a game of Wheel of Truth with our celebrity guests. But I know what you're thinking. Megan, we've only got one celeb guest. Well observed, viewers, well observed. Well then, I better bring her out.
One for the State of the Nation.
Guest, what do you think?
And one for
Here
me.
she is, best-selling author, lawyer, and thinker. I mean, she's only the bloomin' team leader. It's Julia Salisbury.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
Oh, welcome, Julia. Darling. Oh, so good to see you.
Oh, Megan, you look incredible.
Stop it. I was just about to say the same thing. Now, don't get too comfortable. It's time to head over to Robin and Patrick as we play Wheel of Truth.
Are you taking the piss now?
part of the show where we pit our celebs against each other to see if we can break them.
That's right, Robin. They're gonna spin the wheel to pick a round, and it could be anything from box of flies to slap my face. They really have no idea what's in store.
So up first we have Jordan. Let's give it a spin.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, let's see what you've landed on. Okay, it's fact or fib. Jordan, is it true that you've been known to order takeaway for a dinner party and pass it off as your own cooking?
It's one fucking time. One time. Well, I think if that pie was anything to go by, you did them a favour.
Oh, not so fast there, Julia. Fact or fib? We've heard you've got a very interesting way of saving time during the laundry.
Oh my God!
Go on, why don't you tell us about it?
You absolute no, I can't. Okay, so don't judge me, okay? What I do is
The right to an informed choice. We had journalists we could trust, so we made decisions for the common good. Then we took it for granted. And now we have bread and circuses. So eat your sandwiches and enjoy your clowns while you can.
No! Honestly, raise my taxes. We're clearly not paying you enough.
Come to my dressing room after the show. We'll sort you out.
Are you blushing, Patrick? Is all this talk of bras embarrassing you?
Blushing? I mean, I'm not blushing. Come on then, you, Julia. Spin the bloody wheel.
Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. It's Guess That Face. I'm going to show you a picture and you simply have to
Guess that face.
Okay, you ready? Here we go. Julia. Oh, who's that?
Oh my God!
Is that you?
Yes! Look, it was a very difficult time fashion-wise.
That hairdo is fucking hilarious.
No, don't. I think it's sweet.
The mullet is as popular now as it's ever been.
Oh, well, don't get too ahead of yourself there. Jordan. Who? Is this? Does that look familiar at all?
Oh, wow! Well, I'm glad I was getting fashion advice from someone who managed to make 7 look like 85.
Just what the doctor ordered.
You look like I'm haunting the
Oh, my
fucking
boss
night.
is sloshed.
Right. We've got to move on. Jordan, let's have another spin.
Okay, here we go.
It's my go,
You go, go on. Sorry, I'm so keen. Love this game so much.
Well, you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
It's fact or fish. Okay, if you look under your podiums, you will find a lovely fish smoothie. Now, I'm going to ask you both a question, and all you have to do is answer it honestly, or else you'll have to drink the smoothie. Okay? Are you ready for the question? Yes. Here we go.
Yeah.
Which of your esteemed hosts is the more talented one? Oh, what a cop-out.
How is it?
Oh, we made it extra fishy.
I need my fucking mouth. Do you know how much these taste buds are worth?
Well, we've got time for one more quick spin, so go, Julia, go! Here we go, my goodness. Okay, so, Julia, take a look in that box under your desk there.
I think Lord Cheeks is trying to get in on the game. Bless him.
Julia, what have you got in that box? It's not cheese, is it?
Another one, Mr.
I supposed to do with these?
Well, give it a go for us.
But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Come on. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Oh, she's doing it. She's fucking doing it.
You know, she may have been a murderer that nuked 4 cities of innocent civilians, but she can't juggle.
Our game of Wheel of Truth, and my God, wasn't that fun? Okay.
That hit the spot.
But now it's time to head over to Megan in Crafty Corner.
I think you might be using those sound effects a little too much there.
Join me in Crafty Corner, where today I'm going to be ably assisted by Julia. Come on over here. Goodness me, I don't know how you're keeping your dinner down. I can still smell that fish.
Well, to be honest, I've had worse. I used to eat at Peter Clement's house.
Oh, well, I hope you've got your artsy hat on, because today we're going to be making something very close to my heart. It's our little studio. Look at that. Isn't it adorable? Oh. All of us there on the sofa.
Wow. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, is that all you in there?
Yeah, it is. If we can just...
Where's Jeremy?
There we are. Oh, I don't know about you, Julia, but I always leave my holiday shopping to the last minute.
Oh, every year. I do it every year.
Well, luckily these make amazing gifts. Shall we get cracking?
Oh, well, not much left in the bottle. Pity not to...
Shoebox here. And Julia, that's it. Grab those scissors. I just want you to get rid of this front panel here.
Perfect. Will do.
Are you big celebrators in your house, Julia?
Oh, yes. No, in my house we show our love through food, like big dinners, loads of drinks.
Absolutely right. That's the best bit about any holiday. It's all that food.
This bit as well.
Absolutely right. Cutting along the line there. Do be careful with the scissors at home. Make sure you're being supervised.
It's a bit
if you
tough.
are a child. There we go. Fabulous.
There we go.
Okay, so it's going to look a little something like this, and I've got one here I made earlier. We painted it with a bit of poster paint, white to match our lovely curtains here in the studio, but you can obviously have whichever backdrop you like.
Like a nice shiny gold number.
Well, exactly right. So we're going to make bits of our set now to put in the studio, perhaps a little desk. So I'm just going to grab this piece of card. I've just got it from a little cereal box packet. I think you... I'll give you this one, Julia. Shall I?
Thank you
There
so
you go.
much.
And all you need to do is cut along the lines there. Fabulous. So what's the best part of any leader's day?
The show is dreary.
I don't even
Yeah.
think about it. Really? I love
think
the 3 potato pie.
There's a point to that
3 potato pie. I don't know that one.
they're getting
With
to.
the chips covered in the mash or wrapped
We'll let
up
'em-
in a
you
jacket
gotta let 'em
potato.
cook.
Is that just me that does that?
I don't know, but that sounds starchy. Well done, Julia. So now she's folding over a little bit there. What it's going to look like at the end is this little rectangular shape there. And we're going to pop it in the middle. Bit of sticky tape on the back there so it sticks down. Now we need a sofa. That's what we need next. We're going to make that out of a lovely paper cup.
Knocking everything
knocking it all over.
I got one though, Megan.
Good, fantastic. We're just going to cut along the line here, down the middle. Exactly right. Then when you've done that, around the bottom and again around the top. Well done. When you're done,
oh, there we go.
It's going to look a little something like this. And look what I've done there. I've stuck some felt down. Nice and comfortable sofas.
Yes, can't have our tiny Megan having an uncomfortable sofa, can we?
Absolutely not.
She'll be on the phone to her tiny agent and getting someone tiny fired.
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing missing, isn't there, Julia? What is that?
A higher calibre of guests.
Nearly. It's people. So all we've done to make our little people is we've stuck a cocktail stick into a bottle cap. We just need a face for that now. I've got a good one here. I know it well. It's me.
Lovely.
I'm going to stick it down there. A little bit of sticky tape. Oh, my felt's going everywhere. There we go. Oh, I'm a bit lonely. Let's take Robin and Patrick over. Sitting down on the couch over there.
There you go. And, well, I'll make myself just comfortable just there. Yeah, there we go.
And these, of course, are all made and cut out of our favourite newspapers or magazines. You can have any guests you like. Julia, is there anyone else you'd like in the studio?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going to be playing Wheel of Truth with Ronnie from Heatrash.
Nice.
Yes, put that away. Yes, he's going to be teaching me choreography, and I'll be teaching him
foreign policy.
And of course, you can decorate them however you want. If you're a bit, I don't know, nostalgic for the old look of our studio. We've got the blue studio down there. Or even a bit of retro red. I've got Sheila Quickstep being interviewed there by... Oh, sorry, that's not supposed to be...
Oh, mama, that's please. Oh, bloody hell, is this still on?
It's time for a break.
It's him.
I'll be on the couch of chat.
Is that him?
Some of you, and I just cannot wait. We'll be back after these messages.
And we're out.
Thanks.
Why do we bother, Alex? What's the point? It's not like this is even close to journalism anymore. How did I let it get this far?
Dude, Bozeman's one of us.
You're coming with me.
Should we be worried? We've got the Prime Minister here.
It's good that she's here. She's the reason for the extra security.
Are we going to need it?
Possibly. They're back.
It's not very reassuring.
I know. Good thing I'm not your mum, right?
Nailed that segment. God damn, that was good.
Sowing division, undermining our lives and threatening our achievements.
They use freedom of speech to justify their discriminations.
They use tradition and history to justify their need to oppress.
They
history.
Want more than their fair share.
They put themselves before the team.
In a disrupt world, they would decide what women do with their bodies.
They would decide what kinds of relationships are natural.
They would exploit the vulnerable for personal gain.
And they would eradicate betterment in exchange for a noose.
They see themselves and their narrow view of life
Both at the same time, Colin?
as the status quo,
That is not
predetermined and inevitable.
runs my family. Sprungs are huge and circus.
They would see themselves at the top of a hierarchy built to enrich, empower and protect
Everybody
their
okay in
horde,
here?
carried on the backs of the
stopped
poor,
asking us questions
of
like
the
that.
different.
We're expecting
us.
troublemakers, but nothing serious. You might hear some noises, but it's nothing to be concerned about. The services know what they're doing.
So, nobody freak out when the shooting starts, okay? The show must
It
go
is
on and
our
all that.
duty to
It's
protect
tea.
our community.
Oh, God, sorry.
Report your disruptive neighbours.
Thank you, Jenny. Tits and teeth, armed and ready.
10 seconds, everybody. Let's do this.
Yes.
In 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the nightly show where it's time for the
Oh,
Prime
it's on the
Minister
wrong
to
person.
face the toughest critics in the territories. You lot out there.
Call us on the usual numbers with
Oh,
your
boy.
questions for the Prime Minister.
First up, we have Humphrey from Hamble Bamblebury.
Humble Bambury.
Oh, good choice.
Are you there, Humphrey? Hello, Humphrey. Oh, we appear to have lost Humphrey. We'll try and get him back, but let's go to another call in the meantime. Who have we got next, Patrick?
Next up, we've got Mandy from Arsminster. Oh, I don't think I'll be retiring there.
Hi, Mandy. You're through to the Prime Minister. What's your question?
Hello? Mandy? What's going on, Jenny?
Oh, we try not to talk to the crew.
Jenny?
The lines are down.
Oh, well, call down to maintenance and get...
We can't. All the lines are down.
Well, apologies to our viewers at home. We seem to have a few technical gremlins
Oh, boy.
making mischief behind the scenes. So while we're getting back up and running, Patrick has a couple of questions that were sent in by our viewers earlier this week.
I do?
It's your letters.
Oh, yes. yes, no, of course I do. Well, our first question is from Patricia, who lives on Camera Avenue. And what she really wants to know...
Lock the door!
What? Lock the fucking door!
Listen to the CCO! Seal the doors!
It's him.
You're Jenny, aren't you? Come here. Don't be afraid, Jenny. We're not here to hurt you. We're not here to hurt anyone if we don't have to. All I want you to do is to keep the show on the air. Do you understand? Just do your job and everything will be all right, okay?
Don't be afraid, Jenny.
You two, on your knees over there. Move! So, this is the famous couch of chat, eh?
I
Good.
don't answer questions at gunpoint, Mr. James.
Oh. You're not at gunpoint, Prime Minister. They are.
Please don't kill me, please. Nevertheless, if you think I'm going to answer to you, then I'm
Oh,
afraid
you don't
you're
have to answer to me, Julia. Are the doors locked and sealed?
Yes, sir. No one's getting in or out.
Good. Good. All clear.
Good. Thank you. Yes, good.
Bum bum bum. Aww.
Why didn't you make contact?
We've only put you in their crosshairs. I'm sorry.
You're a rotten, selfish bastard.
Yes. Keep the show going for me.
Of course.
Let them go, Alan. There'll be no killing tonight.
Hello. Sorry, I don't think we've met. I'm Patrick Bannon.
Is that what you're telling yourself, is it?
I got your back, man.
Sorry for barging in. Hate what you've done with the place.
Me too. Would you like your spot?
It's yours now. You wear it well. So, let's talk, shall we?
Armed security are on their way, Mr. Donaldson. I know you know that.
Oh, best make use of the time we have then, eh?
Well, I'll leave you to it then.
No. I think you should stay too.
For safety.
For balance.
Oh my God, he's gonna do an interview.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Let's welcome back the National Nightly News. Tonight I'm joined by probably the two most influential people in the country, if not the continent. So let's see if we can't kick over a few rocks and see what's lurking underneath. Prime Minister, if I could turn to you first.
I have nothing to hide.
Except that which is already hidden. Prime Minister, what is norethindrone?
I beg your pardon?
Norethindrone. It's used in birth control, among other things. If you haven't heard of that, perhaps you could enlighten us in regards to Agrobacterium tumefaciens.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Donaldson.
Well, that suggests a lack of attention to detail, Prime Minister. It's a bacterium used in the genetic modification of an organism. And I found traces of both these substances in every single one of the menu centre food boxes that I've had analysed, from across the territories, if you're wondering.
What exactly are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything, Prime Minister. I'm just pointing out the facts.
Oh my God. Is that why Kate and I can't have...
So you blamed it on the radioactive clouds from your bombs?
Before Stacey, we tried so many times.
Prime Minister, is there something wrong with the food?
Fine. You want the truth? You think it'll help your viewers sleep at night? Well, here it is. 6 years ago, when we came to power, we got access to the real facts and figures. And they told us we were doomed. The population was expanding at an unsustainable rate. Within 50 years, we would be out of natural resources. We would war over fuel, and then inevitably food and clean water. It was no exaggeration to say that we were facing extinction. It was supposed to be opt-out contraception, an end to unwanted children, a chance to rebalance. But something went wrong in the testing phase. Nature took over. I never wanted this.
So you covered it up? and blame the sterility on the bombs.
Oh, please don't lecture me on morality, Mr. James. Your hands are far too dirty for that.
Disrupt only did what had to be done.
Disrupt are not the answer. You'll just take us to an even more extreme version of where we were before. Your miserable policies will kill us all.
I'm not the
I'm not censoring anything.
No, you're from a time where people didn't even have the basic right to choose how and when to die.
You turned children against their parents.
We enabled young people to speak up about the abuse that they were facing. And guess what? Most of that abuse came from within their own families.
Identity cards!
Oh, grow up!
Sterilised us against our will.
I built a sustainable future.
That's too much. That's not for you to choose.
Well, if not me, then who? Who would choose it for themselves?
And isn't that at the heart of all this? You don't trust us to choose. You think you know best, you know what's good for us, and if we disagree with you, then you'll send us to betterment. That's why there's no news anymore, because there's no choice, so there's no point.
There should be elections.
Elections have been suspended.
Time to unsuspend them then. If you want to carry on, you'll need a mandate. We have people ready to stand against you in every territory.
So, let's turn to you, Mr. James.
Yes. I want to assure the public that though Disrupt are occasionally forced to violent means, we are not by nature a violent organisation.
Jenny?
Yes, Jeremy?
Could you have this queued up for us, please?
Of course, Jeremy. It'd be a pleasure.
Is that from Disrupt leadership?
In a way. Mr. James, before you launch into your rather premature election campaign, I think it'd be useful for the viewers at home if you were to also answer a question or two.
Of course. When we come to power, one of the first things we'll do is restore a free press. The truth is very important. No more hidden secrets.
If you say so. From whom do you take your orders, by the way?
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're Disrupt's spokesman, but for whom do you speak?
You know I can't tell you. It's too dangerous for me to say.
Don't worry. I don't share those concerns. You see, I've met with them almost 5 years ago now, back when I was a news anchor. And I also met with them a week ago to discuss tonight's activity. I think they wanted to check that I'd stick to the script, which really shows how little they know me. So this time...
Well, I'm gonna pause. There's ads that Twitch put up. I will not... This is a game about censorship. I'm gonna wait till the censors are done. So, yeah. This is wild. I love this game, man. We're just trying to hide the truth. I'm so tired I gotta sleep. I know, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Don't worry. This is the finale. Thank you, Contraphase, for the gifted sub. Alright. Is everyone back? We're ready? Let's do it.
I wore a hidden camera. Would you like to see a little of what we discussed?
No, you can't. She'll have them arrested. They'll be dead by morning.
Not an unfair assessment.
It's not up to me. It's up to Alex in the broadcast room. What screen, Jenny?
Screen 4.
No, you can't. My people will stop you. Cut the power to your machines.
Well, I would imagine
He
mine
knows
will do their
me.
level best to ensure that Mr. Donaldson's footage gets the airing it deserves. After all, my security forces will be here soon, and I imagine this will end very badly for all of you.
Queued up and ready.
Thank you, Jenny. Alex, showing this will have consequences. For someone not showing it, it's up to you.
Alex, you got us this far. Please don't fall at the last hurdle.
Oh, damn. Glad I'm not making this choice.
All our goodwill, all the years of disrupting. You could make it all for nothing. Please, don't play that footage.
And you're absolutely certain in your research?
It's unpalatable but true. Advance are covertly sterilising the population.
Why don't you just release this through your normal channels?
Mr. James is surprisingly efficient rabble-rouser. The peasants respond to his more earthly qualities. But you, Mr. Donaldson, are a face they trust.
We did not risk our operatives' lives to rescue you out of altruism.
And afterwards? Once all this is out in the open?
We anticipate considerable unrest, possibly riots.
Followed, of course, in the restoration of
democratic elections.
too.
Under our control, of course.
Nature abhors a vacuum. You, Mr. Donaldson, will create that vacuum, and we should be there to fill it.
That will take considerable resources. From what I understand, Advance took your wealth.
The visible billions, yes.
Some markets still prosper.
There will always be addicts.
And those with carnal desires for livestock of all ages. A lucrative business indeed.
Livestock of all ages?
Outside the territories. Those who fear to follow the fate of my glorious Erkistan. For them, no price is too high.
Folks like us are always well-resourced. You need have no concern about that. We have the required funds to fight, to win.
And once the fight is done, to make sure this aberrance is never seen again. A return to the natural order of things. The wheat rises to the top and the chaff is burned away. No more living side by side with ill-educated savages. Let the plebs pile up in the ghettos.
Yeah.
Strict order, an end to ungodly acts. Everyone back in their place.
Including our Mr. James. It amazes me how he cannot hear the Damoclean sword as it dangles above his head.
Oh, he was an ignorant bull. He sees only the red cape in front of him, never the hidden blade.
And so it is with the low order.
Back to old one, and they will be ours.
I didn't think it was gonna cut the audio, my bad.
As it should be.
Excellent. Excellent.
You've set me up.
No, Alan, you did that to yourself.
Now do you understand what you're doing?
Do you understand why we have to?
Pathetic. Neither of you recognises your own reflection.
How long, Jenny?
Not long, I imagine, for any of you.
Security are outside. They've been here for 5 minutes, but they're not doing anything. Turns out there's a lot of them who wanted children. We're already a few minutes over, Megan, but with ratings like this, Bozeman's no fool.
Do you want to take us out?
It should be you.
It should be both of us. You start.
Before we go tonight,
one final thought.
There's so much to digest here. What's happened tonight in this political circus.
The tent is collapsing and the ringmasters have lost their glitter.
There will be elections. Soon, I'd imagine. You'll be able to choose.
These two will run. A choice between a shit sandwich and a cold cup of soup. A circus of horrors.
Two extremes, both offering their own form of misery.
You can choose Advance and be equal.
In cages, like performing lions.
Or disrupt and be free.
To struggle and starve.
Or you can do something different. You can run. You can stand. You can stop promoting the way things are and change it.
You're good people, and you are sensible people. You know the difference between right and wrong.
So stop whinging and do something. Take responsibility, because if you don't, it'll all be left to these clowns.
And that's the worst circus of all.
My name's Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf.
Have a transformative night.
And then make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
You're done. This programme, this channel,
No,
all of
Julia,
you.
not them. We're done. They got us both.
Your security team say they'll escort you when you're ready. We can call you a taxi out.
I'm not cutting.
Where would I go?
Wherever you want.
I'm not fucking cutting!
Under arrest.
I think you know you've made that impossible, Mr. Donaldson.
My bosses won't be pleased with you.
Child sex traffickers and wannabe dictators are the natural enemies of the reporter.
We should go and see Bozeman.
We'll do it together.
Yes. And then we'll burn the set.
Sick.
I wake up tired.
This is such a good game, dude. Great. Guys, I recommend, if you liked this, check it out. It's on Steam. It's on sale right now as well. It's called Not for Broadcast. I think all the different narratives would be really fun to experience as well. Evolved gills eventually swam back to the surface. Goalie clitoris ham sleeves. Haven't played the DLC. Yeah, so I think next time we play this, we'll do the DLC and the horror stuff. Really awesome story. Really cool way to tell it too. Man. And I think there was a lot of different ways the narrative could have gone, you know. You have a date in the mind for the DLC? But you just finished the game and the people in your credits were 100% different. Really? Because the story branched? You hadn't seen my path, you'd seen at least 3 others. Wow. Scary. Yeah, it could be next Friday. FMV Fridays. Actually, no. Next Friday I'm busy. But in the future, maybe. Maybe Thursday. Am I doing anything Saturday? Yeah, I should be streaming tomorrow. If I can't find anything else to play, maybe I'll play this some more. Crazy Neil lives in the capital, does 9th and 10th wives. He now sells mostly indulgences. We may have gone a little too all-in on Crazy Neil, guys. We may have empowered Crazy Neil a little too much. What a cool creative game. I never would have guessed where it was going based on the first like 2 or 3 hours, you know? Yes! The hole was named to an outstanding natural beauty. Area of outstanding natural beauty. A-O anus. Wait. Nope. I was sure there was a pun in there. Oh. Uh-oh. These are all the different endings? All fall down. It was supposed to play one. Oh. Did it bug out? Yeah. It didn't say it crashed, but it seems broken. Maybe you broke it because you failed as the show ended? I stand by my decision. Was this the all fall down ending? Anyone that knows, I guess, can let me know and I can look it up. It'll probably be in the the tape just ended. Yeah, it might be a thing that we can just load up.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
They have new DLC coming out in 2024. Awesome.
Every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
What a wild ride this has been.
Yeah, I don't know. Check extras.
Well, that's a very blunt question.
Advance is lying to you. Friends and neighbours.
I think it's
confidence that the team will keep you safe.
I don't think it's letting me look at it. Archive previously was the full tape. It's supposed to be in extras, but I guess it bugged. Oh no. What? I don't even know how to fix that. Is this something I should look up on YouTube or something? Like, was it a different ending that we just saw?
It's playing havoc with the sound.
It's bad out there. We're being struck.
Oh, this is way too far back. I would have gotten the N Accord ending. It goes over what happens to you and your family. Oh, probably. God, that would have.
Now you start to see, yes? The people never happy. It never
Oh
enough.
no.
I cannot believe you, Ellen.
Yeah, it seems bugged.
Are you saying that Advance have cured death?
Jog off!
We're still vassals, slave.
All right. Well, do we have to do the whole day again?
Why do we bother, Alex? What's the point? It's not like this is even close to journalism anymore. How did I let it get this far?
Both at the same time, Colin?
I don't really want to do that right now. Yeah.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
I'm bummed.
Our main headlines tonight.
Yeah, it would feel tedious, I think, if I were to go back. Not for broadcast and Accord ending. All right, I think this is it.
Good evening, I'm...
Okay. We'll just go watch this. Thank you, Sci-Fry.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
The votes are in, and it's a decisive win for Accord. The new centralist party snatched victory from under the noses of the mainstream parties.
Incoming Prime Minister Fatima Chowdhury called Accord's win proof that the major parties had lost the trust of the nation and signalled the end of extremist politics.
Neither Advance nor Disrupt, who failed to garner even 10% of the vote between them, have released a statement.
Later, we'll be looking in detail at the election results across the nation before Jeremy brings us a report on the recent unrest in Valdez.
That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Back to the way things were. Yay, centrism. Yay for not solving problems, but just kicking it down the road. Yippee, we did it. Woohoo. All right. Awesome. Lovely. Fantastic. I hope you guys had a great time. I loved this game. It was very cool. Very creative. Very thought-provoking. I will be back tomorrow with another stream. And, you know, I'm not really sure what at this point, but I'll figure it out then, okay? Yeah. Please check out the game for yourself if you liked it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll send you over to Daisy, who's playing... I don't know what she's doing, but I think she just started streaming again after her trip to the US. So go hang out, and, you know, hopefully you guys have a good time. Have a great rest of your night. And this has been Criken with the Nightly News. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.